Hello, hello. All right. Hopefully you can't hear my insanely loud dishwasher in the background. I did do dishes before this. All right. Hope everybody is doing good. We're on episode 2 of Teach Me Tuesday. We're going to do a little recap. I'm going to kind of fly through some slides. I did add a few things to kind of clarify, and I feel like there was a little bit of important tiger stuff that I missed before. But again, we're going to kind of fly through it, kind of recap it, and then we're going to get into some new stuff. Oh yeah. Hopefully things do not break on me this time. If they do, we might switch to a game. I do want to play a zoo game today. I don't know if that's going to be let's build a zoo, continue that, or mayhaps start um a run through on Planet Zoo. I haven't played Planet Zoo in a hot second anyways. All right. Hopefully you can hear me. I guess it didn't trigger that. That's not good. I'ma test an emote real quick. I want to make sure Mix It Up is actually working. We're gonna test a sound. Perhaps. Oh god, it's lagging. Okay, that works. Hi, Rainer. Okay, I'm gonna hope that that works then. I wonder if I switch just as the
This episode of
Pokemon
Ghost Hunters,
posted.
a little boy in Colorado appears to be haunted by celebrities. Now the Ghost Hunter team will roll out and get to the bottom of it. It's the gayest show in the fucking world. Ghost Hunters.
Hold on, I'm gonna try it. I don't know if it's actually here or if it's just glitched. Oh, it may take 15 minutes to detect I am live. Okay. What in the heck? Okay. Sorry. I'm reading a thing that popped up. Okay, so it might be a bit interesting. Hopefully I am tiny enough and out of the way. I doubt I'm out of the way for a lot of stuff. I do have a timer set. I'm gonna try and take a break every hour just to stretch because my back has been absolutely killing me. Super fun, super great, super awesome. But yeah, we're not real. None of this is real. I think it's the actual game needs to like ping. It probably sends out like a hey, who's live? And there's so many people who have attached their account to this. I wonder if that's what the deal is. Or we're just all spooky specter ghosts. Ooh. I also did change the green to black. Hopefully the shadow makes me a little bit more standoutish, even though I am in my 3D avatar. I don't know. I guess the stink lines that Max mentioned kind of got to me, so I changed it to a shading. I don't know if that's gonna affect the jar. We'll find out. I think it just shades the jar slightly. If it does F it up, I'll have to do further testing. But anyways, episode 2. We're gonna kind of run through this front bit real fast. I do have some new slides I have added, but hopefully it's not too much. It's just a few pictures and a few little like things I guess I thought I was gonna add, but then just never got around to it. And with the big break that I had because I was sick and had a horrible, horrible migraine, and I think food poisoning, which caused it. I don't know how these two boys that I live with didn't hear me like screaming. So like when I puke, I TMI, right? So just ignore me puking grosses you out, but, like, when I puke, I'm, like, the screamer, so, like, I, like, make a really loud noise when I puke. I don't know why, I don't know what that's about. I can't silently, like, "Bleh." That's not a thing. I have to, make the giant, I guess, "Here I am barfing and dying" noise. Um, so I gotta I'm saying from, like, a dead sleep, like, sat upright and went, "I'm going to barf." And I just booked it to the bathroom. I was, like, a sweaty mess, and I was barfing so fucking loud, and I was, like, trying to yell for Serenity, and he couldn't hear me, and he's literally, like I mean, you've seen my apartment in the videos. It's not that far away from our bed. He didn't hear me, and I was surprised I didn't wake up Kieran, who's, like, I could drop a leaf in the house, and he'd be like, "Oh, you're so noisy." Didn't hear me. I thought I was gonna get the cops called before these 2 boys woke the fuck up to see what the hell was going on. Oh, which sucked because I was like, "Oh." And I don't know if because I was so violently ill, that's what also caused my back to freak out. Because like, how my scoliosis is, I think when I, like, heave, I may have, like, tugged on a shoulder a little too hard or something. Because it feels like I got punched in the back, and it hurts so goddamn bad. Um, but yeah, enough of my TMI and where I've been. I've been dying. My migraine is finally away. That's why I streamed yesterday to kind of make up for that. So hopefully we can do more this week. Hopefully. I actually need to go to work too. That's another thing. So gonna try and balance that out. So if I don't stream, it's because I'm dead tired from working in like 100-degree weather. It's yay August heat in the Midwest. It is torturous. Okay. Let us begin our kind of recap, and then once we get to, I think it was like 119, 110, some slide around there. We're gonna skip the videos that we have already seen. I do have a bunch of trailers we're going to watch for potential documentaries. I may do like a movie Monday on the side to watch through these while we play like either a zoo game or like do some kind of like Minecraft thing. I'm not 100% sure. It's gonna be kind of low key, just kind of like join if you want to watch it. So I'll post it in Discord when we do the movie Monday. It's a lot of documentaries. There are a few actual like docu-series kind of vibes. But yeah, we're gonna skip the 2 videos that I have. There is a very, well, I say very long. There's like a 14-minute long video. I might jump through. I might start it and be like, if you guys want to watch it, we can. Or low-key have that be on a movie Monday, intermixed with a few other like short ones. It's a PBS video about it's a program called M Stripes. I believe that's the one. It's also just like the GPS data and the AI tech that India is using to record tigers. So, yeah, I mean, we don't have to watch the whole thing. It's 14 minutes. It's on YouTube. I figured might as well. It's very important to like the tiger tech and what India is doing, especially with the development of the TX2 and the Tiger Summit and stuff like that, but it's a longer video. I might jump through it, might not. Maybe I'll play it while I take a quick little break. Who knows? I'm gonna try and take maybe every hour, every other hour, do like a little stretch break kind of thing for my spine. But yeah, let's kind of do a little recap. So again, this was for International Tiger Day. It is no longer International Tiger Day. That was on July 29th. But you know what? It means we don't have to stop talking about tigers, even though it's not their day. It's always conservation days. Right? I think it's was it yesterday, 2 days ago? It was like International Owl Day or something. But yeah, protecting our stripes, preserving our planet. Hopefully I'm out of the way. I don't know how tiny to make my avatar to stay out of the way. We're just gonna kind of jump through this. Bare basic bone facts. Largest big cat carnivore. They are solitary and quiet. There's a cute picture of a tiger. Just kind of another flash thing. They are fast, but not super fast. They're not cheetahs. Hi, Max. How are you? our things. So we got just some kind of basic facts. Remember, there's about 4,500 of them. According to WWF, there's about almost 6,000. Again, these numbers I don't know. I can't really trust them. There's again the tech. They're quiet. They hang out in very wide areas, so we don't really have an exact number. And their average size is about 400, 450 in weight, but that is subjugated to subspecies and sex. So we have the teeniest ones usually being females. I believe it is it the Indo-Chinese or is it the Malayan? It's one of those two. That's the smallest. They sit around the 220, 210s usually, and then we have the giant male Siberian tigers at um 660 pounds. Again, there are some bigger, there are some smaller. You're drinking. What kind of drinking? What are you drinking? I'm sicking ooh, sipping on some, water. Ugh, telling you, I feel bleh. Alright, just some, few things. They're excellent swimmers. Remember, they have their little webbed tootsies. Uh, no stripes are the same. It kinda goes fingerprints, but because it's their entire body, it's more relative to them, considering I think the fingerprint thing has been debunked in later years because there was that whole controversy with, like, twins might have the exact same thing or, you know, I believe it was defunct in the terms of, like, using it for, like, police evidence? Fingerprints, like, you can get relatively close, like, right? So everybody has, like, so many, but I think there's only, like, 600 or something. I can't remember the exact numbers, right? I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't try and quote myself for that one, but there's a distinct number of, like, how many fingerprints look the same, right? It is quite big. So that's been debunked. Yeah, tigers are excellent swimmers. We got our web tootsies, like I said before. They are solitary and they are mostly nocturnal, and they can be heard from up to 2 miles. I think it's up to 6, depending on location, depending on environment. So it might echo a bit further. We just got our little camouflage thingies. I did add this picture. I've always liked this picture. I actually have this in a book. Um, Yeah, just kinda clicking through, if you can remember. I did add a circle to some of these pictures just to be like, in case you really, really can't see it, this is where they are, right? So this is the really hard one. Beam's right there in the middle. I did try and find the video. I can post that. I might add that to the final cut, but I didn't. And then there's the tiger. Hopefully y'all can see it. There's the kitty right there, right in the back. Got the little snow baby up there, sleeping. We got our 3 dearies being weird. Again, just some physical features. They're orange and black striped. No two are the same, right? They got their face markings that are mostly different depending on tiger to tiger. They're powerful legs. They are jumpers. Remember, they got 30 feet. I have added some swimming stuff and some jumping videos directly after this. One jumping video. I haven't added any swimming stuff because we kind of saw that in the Nat Geo thing. But yeah, so biggest tigers, Siberian tigers, they are, from tip to tail, 13 feet. Again, that is the biggest subspecies. So, we do have this video. So, this is a picture. The video is very, very ugly. I just wanna point out it's so ugly. I don't know what it was filmed on. It looks like it was filmed on a Nokia back in the '90s, but, yeah, so we got this video. I'm gonna silence it. Silence it. Thank you. This is just kinda showing how far tigers can jump. This is not as far as they can, but just a good example. Oh, yeah. At a wide leap. This is what they mainly use as ambush, so they'll start crouched down. Not super good, but if we kinda go I'm gonna go back. So, they kinda start down further and they will leap. So that's how they get to a running herd of deer or pig or something, right? So they're gonna use that jump to kinda latch onto the back of their prey. Don't have to watch that again. So we got some swimming tigers. So this is actually Azul at the Bronx Zoo. A sweet baby. I believe this is a Sumatran tiger. And we got some just wildlife pictures, big swimming babies. And then if you do look you do look it up. If you look up like swimming tiger, this picture and a lot of white tigers and other just like, normal orange tigers will be swimming in this like neon blue pool. This is, I believe. Ah, see there, it worked. Okay, Pokemon did work. As I guess I must have switched over at the perfect time where it didn't trigger that. Anyways, as I was saying, this is actually, I believe, from Myrtle Beach Safari, which is that pseudo sanctuary that Doc Antle owns, which we will get into. I want to do a whole deep dive on that. I do mention him quite a bit when we get to Tiger King and stuff like that, but this is very like entertainment over education, which is why I hate showing these pictures, but yeah, it's very much a hey, see like how scary they look underwater, and you'll see this like printed on like a whole bunch of like fake like nature stuff. I don't know how to explain it. Like if you look this up, you've seen tigers swimming in this very exact picture, and it's just used for a lot of just weird stuff. Just why I don't really tend to like it. All right, so I added a few more slides here based off of Twitsies. I figured this was something that I was going to add, but I figured people knew, and I guess I maybe have like overanalyzed how much people know, and I'm just because I know so much, I forget what the baseline of like what people know is. So I apologize for that. Um, so this kind of just gets into the pause, and kind of like how important they are. So again, tigers have webbed toes. This helps them swim. They mainly have adapted to use that as like a meeting place for everybody to cool off. This is where their prey goes, so they kind of hang out there a lot. They have soft, squishy pads. This helps them get around the jungle, grassland, and snow. This makes them silent. Um, each toe, well, each paw has 5 toes in the front, and then 4 the little tootsies, and then a dew claw. They have retractable claws up to 4 inches, which are super razor sharp, which again, they are using to mark trees and just kind of let everybody know where the heck they are. They use them to grip onto places. This is the thing, is that they don't use it to kill. And that's one of the things, is like, if they swipe at you, it's not like a killing, like, oh, I'm gonna kill you. Can it hurt and can it lead to death? Yeah, because we're tiny squishy meat bags, right? But they aren't using their paws and claws to kill their prey. They're using it to latch on, hold on, and just wait for you to suffocate and die, remember? Because they're big fangs, or it's going to crush your neck and your windpipe, or break your spine, so you really can't do much. They use it for climbing, but again, tigers aren't known to like climb into a tree and hang out all day. They do leave behind paw marks, which are known as pug marks, which we will talk about here. So just a picture of a paw. I didn't want to do any of like the people holding paws. I don't know why you're taking pictures of that, but we do have the bones inside of the big fluffy paws. It's a really bad picture. I do apologize. But just to show, compared to I believe this is a human female hand, just how big their bones are. We got a picture of their beautiful claws. They are retractable. And then this is a pug mark in the mud. So what exactly is a pug mark? So a pug mark is the imprint of a tiger foot. It's not just related to tigers. This is just any animal, pug mark, paw print, right? So this is left in mud, sand, snow, debris, kind of, in general. This is used to track individual tigers in the wild without cameras. So this is what you see a lot of zoologists. They'll have like a bunch of little rulers that they mark out and be like, oh, the width of this is the height of this. And then based off of like this one, we can tell, like, oh, he has a hurt paw depending on, like, the gait between the pug marks and stuff like that, but that's more science stuff that we'll get into way, 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 way later in future episodes. So it is important to note that you can tell the species, sex, age, and behavior of the animal that they are tracking, just depending on the shape, size, and spacing. Again, we got that gait, how far they walk. That's usually dependent on how big the cat is. You can usually tell. Uh, it starts off with like what species of animal is it, right? So tigers and leopards have different prints. Cheetahs have different prints, and again, they're all big cats, but they have different width, height, how many beans they have. Um, yeah, and you can also tell the sex. So is it a male or female? Male tigers usually have broader, very, very big paws, and I'll show a picture in a second. You can tell the age just based off of, again, size. So that's why you always see the weird little measurements coming into play. And the behavior, are they walking? Were they stalking something? Are they closer together? Or is there like, I forgot what's it called? It's like the kickback. So is there dirt being pushed back? Is there like some evidence of like foliage being pushed out of the way? Were they sprinting? Were they running from something? Are there tracks leading up to like, are they tracking a deer, a boar, or something like that? And each tiger does have a very unique pug mark, but again, it's not as, I guess, unique as everybody is completely different. Uh, it's not going as far as like everybody's fingerprints different. It's not as bad as that, but you can tell like, oh, this is so and so's based off of the height, width, and such. Once you get into more zoological work, usually you can tell who's in the area based off of the pug mark. You can be like, oh, that's T16 because we have this indication that they usually like to step with their like right foot forward, and it's this wide with like this width on the toe beans and stuff like that. But that comes into play much more like research wise, like on the ground research wise. It is essential data, so this is what the rangers and stuff like that will look for just to see if there's a new male in the area, if the females are here, are they leaving, is it the same female, are there cubs coming, you know, if a male moves in, are you ready for cubs, are you paying attention to smaller pug marks? So yeah, very important data to keep track of. This is just kind of an example. So on your left you have a male pug mark, which is that wide gate I was talking about, right? And then they have usually uniform toe beans. They're usually all the same kind of size. And then you see that female has that kind of like taller bean towards the top, right? And they're very kind of like oblong. Yeah, and here's a example of in the wild. So again, it's kind of hard to tell, but once you've seen enough of them, you can kind of see it. Like even though that one looks to be a little bit high, we're looking at that base paw compared to something like this, which is very definite, right? She's gonna walk with that one toe that looks really, really tall. And then we're just gonna quickly run through the subspecies. I know we covered this last time. But there are 6 left. We got the Bangle. I don't know why I said Bango with a O. I think I was reading Indo. Hello, cat. What you doing? My big fat cat woke up. Sorry. All right, so we have Bengal, Indo-Chinese, Malayan, Siberian, South China. Remember, is functionally extinct. They only exist in captivity. And then we have finally the Sumatran. Here's again that picture of the 9 and the 3 that are extinct, unfortunately. We got the 6. We got, again, just a quick picture of who's left. Bengal is the most common, remember? If you see it, it's probably a Bengal tiger. They are endangered. They are the most widespread in the wild. That number has increased to about 3,000-ish. But again, we can't really know for certain. Then we got the Siberian again. Those are my big fluffy snow babies. The biggins. So if you hear like a 13-foot tiger, 15-foot tiger, it's It's a Siberian, and then on top of that, if you see the 600-pound tiger eats man, that's a Siberian tiger. So, big fuzzy snow babies, Siberian. Got the Sumatran. These are the ones that are very, very dense jungle, bamboo forest, right? Critically endangered, about 400 left. We got the Indo-Chinese. This is about 250 to 300. I would say probably a little bit more than that now. Just because Thailand and Vietnam and Laos have done really good conservation work in recent years. These guys are smaller, very dense tropical forests. Still critically endangered though, so. Then the Malayan tiger. These are going to be the smallest living tigers. These are going to be your bright orange. Again, living in like tropical forests, but because they live in that southern Thailand part, it's very much like they might be on some islands. And yeah. These guys are the ones that are like the most genetically different compared to like the Bengal tiger. But we can get into that later. Then we have the South China. These are the ones that I refer to as Squidward because they have the giant long snoot. These are the ones that you will not find in the wild. We do think there's some out there, but again, it's almost impossible to find them. Again, because China really doesn't do a lot with tracking. They've gotten better, but they, yeah, we'll get into that later today, hopefully. They are essentially only kept in captivity. Conservation for them still does exist, but we are putting more money into like Indo-Chinese and mainly Bengal and Siberian at the moment. They're the big ones. Sumatra does have a little bit, but because the numbers are promising for Bengal, that's the really, really big focus. Also, India has really stepped up their game for conservation efforts in the past few years. So that's why we're seeing an increase in their numbers and not really going to see these guys back in the wild anytime soon. So we do have the 3 extinct subspecies. The Bali, this was the tiniest tiger. This was also that tiger that lived on the island that like kind of disappeared as soon as humans started to show up. I'm just kind of really skipping through these fast. Then we have the Caspian tiger. This is the one where we took over their wetlands and essentially killed all of their prey, which meant they moved on humans, which meant we got scared and we poached them all. This used to be the same rough size, maybe slightly smaller than the Siberian tigers, just because they did live in that far western territory versus, the Russian Far East where the Siberians are today. So these guys had that big long coat, big fluffy coat, kind of similar to the Siberians, but they were poached in the 70s to extinction. I do believe that we had a few in captivity, and then I think the last few died in the late 80s, 90s. Don't quote me on that. I don't really pay attention to the species just because this one hurts a lot. This was your go-to circus cat for a really long time, and then they changed to Bengal because it just got, easy to go catch wild, and then continue to keep that species alive. And then finally we have the Javan tiger. Again, same issue. We moved in to their tiny island and then took it over. This was mostly farming, so as we tore down the forest, they had less and less space to go. So as their prey disappears, they move on to humans and we poach them. And this is the lovely roar sound that we had before. Just kind of covering that they do roar, growl, and scent mark. Cubs stay up. This is just very general information. Cubs stay with their mother up to 2 years. Sometimes slightly longer if it is a female cub and a solo cub at that. They do hunt deer, boar, and buffalo, and they need large undisturbed territory. We're going to skip that video because we watched it last time. I'm going to very quickly skim through these. So cubs, teeny tiny babies. And then we got our toddlers. This is 2 to 6 months. This is when they start to eat meat but aren't fully weaned. This is when they're kind of awkward toddler phase. This is what I would say. They do get up to 100 pounds by 6 months. Then from 6 months to 2 years, this is going to be our teenage phase. This is when they are slowly going to be completely weaned off of mom and eat full meat. This is when you see a lot of cubs succumb to natural causes. This is why mom usually has anywhere from 2 to 4 cubs. This is the make or break years, because either they're going to learn to hunt and actually be good at it and, you know, show independence and their ability to survive and thrive. You try to sneak in late. Honestly, it's fine. I used to do that in college all the time. As long as you didn't make enough noise, it's fine. It's fine. But hello. Hello, hello. We're kind of just recapping everything from last time, so you didn't miss anything new yet. So again, this is when they get to be kind of chunky. This is the, if they're going to make it, this is the make or break era, right? And then we have at around 2 to 3, again depending on subspecies and if they are male or female. This is when they leave mom. This is their bachelor phase. This is when they are going to kind of just see how they make it in the wild, right? Before they actually hit sexual maturity, which is a year or two after. Yeah, this is their bachelor. They find out their new space. They might become territorial and kind of fight with others in the area to establish themselves, but they haven't fully developed yet. This is, again, their like college era. This is their bachelor era. They aren't looking to settle down just yet. So just to kind of recap, we go from blind 2-pound babies to up to 660-pound big chunguses. So in between that, we have the kind of awkward toddler phase. We have the teenage, still with mom, but like slowly kind of like, ew, I don't need your help anymore. And then finally at 1 year, this is where it's the make or break era. They're either going to survive or they are most likely have already passed or mom has already left them. Like there's no help in saving you. And unfortunately, that's just kind of what happens. And then by 2 to 3 years, bachelor era into adulthood. So this is prunsting again. This is what I mentioned last time. This is chuffing. This is a happy tiger noise. I will play it again because I like it. So yeah, this is because big cats don't purr, they chuff. Specifically tigers, they cannot purr. This is how they show that they like you, and this goes from anything from as small as their own cubs to trusted humans. And this is what is known as the Flehmen response, also known as stinky face. This is how they take in the pheromones from the scent markings that they will leave behind and actually kind of like register them. This is how they figure out who's who. And like, this is essentially like them reading Tinder, right? This is them scrolling through Tinder. This is how they read it. Stinky face. If you've ever seen a tiger or even your little house cat make this, they're smelling things that we cannot smell. They are taking in information that we don't know. Literally, it could be like, what the hell was their last meal? They can get that detailed from this kind of sniff. I'm trying to catch up. We have like 100 slides to go. So again, how do they mark their territory? This is really, really important. Just because they use visual, chemical, and auditory signals. This is their roaring, chuffing, scent marking with urine, and then scratching, clawing, kind of playing around with their environment. So again, we got scent marking, scratching. This could be like breaking down bark. Usually you'll see it, and usually that's also a warning sign to us that there is a big cat there. A lot of times it's how mates find each other. Scat is also one, so I know it's kind of gross, but it holds a lot of information, again, that we're not going to take in, but other big cats will. And finally, rubbing on faces. I know house cats do this a lot, so if you've been around a cat and they kind of like brush up against you, they are marking you. You're mine now. Same thing. Big cats do that a lot too. It's kind of another little graphic here. feel like I'm only on what? Hold on, I gotta catch my other PowerPoint up with my notes. Oh my god, we're only halfway through. Oh, we got a lot. Okay. So these are the, again, 13 is that really important number. This is where tigers live. These are the countries that are very, very important. So I added this graph from last time just to kind of help visualize it. This is from the IUCN, which we will cover later. This is the red list. Those are the people who have done the research for years and years and years to kind of like, I guess, incorporate into not only just tigers, but every living species on Earth to tell us if they're existing, thriving, or already gone. So tigers live in anywhere from tropical rainforests all the way to snow forests up in the far east of Russia. And then I just kind of wanted to zoom on this for a little bit. As you can see, lime green is what they used to have. Green is what they do still remain in. And then the 13 tiger countries, we are going to focus on China, India, and Russia. Later, I will talk about Thailand. There are very specific things happening in Thailand that are better than when I was doing research in college. But again, I will cover that in its own thing. In this one, we're just going to kind of cover China, India, and Russia just because of the most important countries, I would say. Nepal is up there, and Bhutan have also done like amazing work research wise. But because the majority of the population of tigers live in Russia, China, and India, that's what I'm going to kind of focus on. So here is a better graphic of what tigers used to have versus 1990s. So in the dawn of the 1900s, they had all of that in orange. And within 100 years have been cut down to what is red. And this is due to human expansion, agriculture, roads, just kind of developing cities, as well as just people liking to hunt, which is kind of horrifying, and poaching because they have ingrained themselves so much in our culture. We believe they hold some mystical properties, which is kind of, I don't believe that, but I didn't grow up with tigers in my backyard, so I can't really say they've held that kind of cultural impact on me. But it is very important to note that because they have been there for so long, that is something that we have to take into account, which we will get to today, hopefully. And it's going to be horrifying, and there's going to be some kind of graphic pictures, so like asterisk that I will warn before if you want to just like close your eyes or like I guess skip out. It's not anything bloody. I can show it on here. It's not gross, but it's just like horrifying animal abuse ahead. So this is just per location, per subspecies, where do they live? We kind of mentioned that in the first one. So Bengals, this is your forest grasslands. Siberian, this is your snow babies. Malayan, tropical rainforest. Sumatra is that dense forest. That's why they're more brown than they are bright orange, because the sun doesn't penetrate. So they don't really have a lot of dead foliage they need to hide in. And then Indo-Chinese, this is the hills and lowlands. This is just your kind of general Asian forest. And then, of course, we don't have South China in here because they don't exist in the wild, unfortunately. And then this is just a good graph to show, like, why. I thought it was really important to show why Java and Bali tigers disappeared so fast because they're on those tiny, tiny islands. I know it's kind of hard to see with my my little graph thing down there, but they're on tiny little islands, so that kind of shows why they went so fast. They didn't really have anywhere to go. You're not going to see tigers swimming halfway across the ocean to find new land to live. That's just not what's going to happen with these big cats. And then what do they eat? Again, they need to eat 10 to 15 pounds per day. That doesn't mean that they're going to eat every day. They are going to consume 100, 200 pounds of meat in like a week, right? And then they'll be good for like the next week. Kind of like how I say this in like the weird like off-branded thing, like snakes taken like every week once a month, depending on the snake, right? That kind of thing. Like once you get to be a big predator, you take one big meal, one good meal, and then you're good for quite a while. And then this is what we talked about before, right? I did mention it when we were talking about pug marks and claws. Fangs are what tigers use to kill their prey. They have over 1,000 psi in their bite force. They are going to hold down their prey by the neck until they either sever the spinal cord or just kind of suffocate and die. I know that's kind of, but they are ambush predators, and that 30 feet jumping comes into handy when you're trying to hide in a bush and then jump on a giant goat's back. And then here we're just going to quickly cover some of the prey. I'm not going to run through this whole list again, but deer, piggies, beefalo. Just kind of, yeah. I went into detail on the first one. I don't want to waste time doing this. And again, they do eat other things like fish and crab and, crocodilians and monkeys, but remember, low effort, high energy. They're not going to go for that. High effort, low energy. No. You gotta pay attention to like the bongtang and the munkjack and the sika deer, and especially pigs. They eat a lot of pigs, but that monkey is going to cost them too much energy. They're not going to go after it. I mean, if there's a sickly one and it just happens to like, kind of fall of a tree, yeah, they'll go for it. Usually younger tigers will go for, the higher energy, lower value animals, but that's because they have the energy to spare. They have the muscle, they have the spunk, I would say, to go after them versus like a 10, 15-year-old tiger who just, has the experience to know it's not worth it. And then we're going to cover the apex predator. This is something that we're going to talk about more today. I didn't get a chance to cover it. And trophic cascade is very, very important. So because they are at the top of the food chain, if you remove them, horrible, horrible shit starts to happen, which can affect even the landscape itself. And yeah, it can control water and plants, and that's something that a lot of people don't take into account, right? But we will cover this a little bit more. I did cover it last time. We're going to cover the famous tigers real quick. We got Machli, also known as T16. She is the Tigress Queen of Ranthambore. If you ever see a tiger picture, you'll know it's her because she has a famous little fork or gills on her cheek. Do other tigers have something similar to this? Yes. But you'll see the 3 prongs connected and then the one little prong in the middle connected by a big fork. But she lived to be 20 with human intervention. She lost her teeth quite young. And at about 15, that's when park rangers started to feed her because she actually was worth about 10 million US$ for ecotourism, and India thought it was really, really important to keep her alive, specifically the Ranthambore National Park. And then we just have some famous pictures of her. She is known as the tigress who killed a crocodile, literally in front of a bunch of tourists. So that's kind of how she got her mark. She was quite the spunky young cat. And then in here you can see she lost one fang in the bottom right picture, and then she lost her other fangs. You can see them up in both of the top pictures. So this is when park rangers kind of figured she's not going to be able to hunt anymore, so do we keep her alive? And they started to feed her. And unfortunately, she did pass, but just to show that, people do actually care for these big cats. In the larger national parks that have a lot of ecotourism, I keep really wanting to say eco-terrorism, and I don't know why. It's not eco-terrorism. It's tourism. But they do hold funerals. She had a pyre set for her, as well as Collar Wally. She was another famous tiger. She actually has 29 cubs that she left behind. Not cubs anymore, but when she did pass, she had 29 cubs. So she really left her mark. Um, and I believe she was living in she was in Pradesh's Pench Tiger Reserve. So she wasn't in Ranthambore, but she was another nature preserve tiger. And then we have Sundari, which is the not so great story of rewilding gone wrong. So this is kind of the point of like you need to talk to communities where you introduce tigers, because she did become a man eater. She did kill 2 people, and she does live in a what is known as a soft enclosure in another part of it's called how do I can never pronounce this one. Sakoshia? I don't think that's how you say it, but it's another tiger preserve in Odisha. So she moved from a national park, moved to a smaller one, and the locals were unaware of her presence, and she wasn't ready to be rewild and encroached on people. She got scared, people got scared, and there was 2 attacks that happened, and they had to remove her. And of course, we have Zulushka, a successful rewilding story where she was orphaned as a cub. She was rescued, taken in, not for too long. Again, that's really important. But again, she was sent back to Bostak Nature Reserve, where she lives out her days. She has, I believe, at this time, she has 2 successful cubs, possibly. Data for her usually is like 2015 is when this happened, so I'd have to learn Russian to figure out what she's going at now. But at the time, she was a success story because she did have cubs in the wild. Usually that's unheard of. That's what nature preserves are trying to slowly integrate more orphan cubs back out into nature rather than having to keep them in captivity for a very long time until they pass. But she is a success story. She is collared. I don't know if she's collared to this day. She was collared in 2012 when she was rehomed. And then 3 years later, she did have cubs. So I don't know if they continue to GPS track her. I assume they do. But my data and research stops at like 2015-17 era, where she did successfully have her own cubs. And then just to cover that, tigers are just generally part of our culture, and it's really important that we keep them alive in the wild so they can continue to influence cultures in the future. We do have the Guardian of the West in China here on the bottom left, and then we have Goddess Durga, who uses tigers as transportation in I think it's Buddhist culture. It's Hindu. I might be wrong on that one. Hindu. And then we do have I will get to it in I think 2 slides. Korean culture influence of tigers in art. And then we have tigers in pop culture even over here in the West. So we have things from Shere Khan all the way to Tony the Tiger, which just says that they have left such an impact that you don't actually have to have them existing in your own backyard to be influenced by these big cats. Something I did add because I thought it was kind of important because it keeps popping up in my feed on TikTok and Instagram and just kind of everywhere. K-pop demon hunters. There is a tiger called Derpy, which is very important to Korean culture. It is a Kachihorgarani, which is a prominent Korean folk painting, and they are a tiger and a magpie known as Minhwa, which essentially is a comic piece from way, way back during the Joseon dynasty to essentially make fun of political figures back in the day. Just wanted to say that I thought it was really interesting that they're using that in pop culture, even to this day. And then, we wouldn't have these very weird creatures if it weren't for tigers. I just love this picture. But yeah, so tigers have even led to political commentary, so I think it's really important that we keep them around. And then I'm just going to quickly cover Chaka and Champawat, the 2 man-eaters, and how they influenced an entire plot line in Guild Wars 2. I'm gonna skip through these because we covered that extensively last time. And since we talked about man-eaters, we're gonna cover Jim. So Jim was the really, really famous hunter. He was the guy you called in back in the day to come handle your tiger problem. And after Champawat, he kind of changed his entire thinking behind why he hunts tigers and turned to conservation instead. So again, this is just a little bit about him. I will be posting this again. We did cover it last time, but he changed entirely after Champawat happened because he realized, due to humans, tigers hunt people in the sense that they become man eaters, and they aren't really there to hunt people, right? People get in their way, and he actually helped establish India's first national park, which is kind of really important to tiger conservation to this day. And then we have Chaka's story. This is a more modern tale of a manhunter. And then why do man eaters happen? It's because we encroach in their space, and because of age injury or something that humans have done, right? So Champawat only hunted humans because she was actually shot at and injured. So she really didn't have a chance to maintain a hunting lifestyle in the wild. So she encroached on human space. And mostly, tigers don't want to hunt humans, right? Low energy, high cost reward, right? I don't think our not so fleshy meat sacks are enough to fulfill a tiger for, quite a while. And then we got the clever mass. Just to mention that real quick, farmers used this method because they thought, if a tiger can see your eyes, they're not going to ambush prey you. It's not worth it. Although this has kind of changed. They have adapted. I think it is still used. But yeah, just to say that there are clever ways to coexist with tigers that are non-violent solutions, and we can look towards those more often, hopefully, in the future. And then here's some pictures of the masks. Again, I can't imagine why these didn't stick around. I don't know. If I saw that, I think I'd be freaked out about what the hell's on the back of their head, but that's just me. And then I just wanted to include this. This was supposed to be in the first part, but we got some like cute little pictures. So this is Born Free. We will cover Born Free in a little bit. Born Free is a conservation. I don't know if they have a park still. It's a conservation group that we'll cover. It's got a weird past. I don't know how to explain it. But if you've ever heard of zoochosis, which we will cover later, that term comes from this organization. They're kind of like PETA, but they don't murder animals. So bonus. But they do kind of push a more don't have anybody in captivity kind of style. Like, they hate all zoos. So where PETA goes too far, they kind of go too far in my instance, because I do think the zoos are important, and we'll cover that later, but just know that this is from Born Free. They got some cute little adorable. I love the giraffe tiger thing. I love that one. I just wanted to cover, like, will they ever get to see a wild tiger? Like, an actual wild tiger? Because at the rate we're going, I don't think any of us are going to, unfortunately. Right? I wanted to include them last time, but I kinda I had the pictures already, and then I just forgot to, like, include them in the slide. But yeah, I just kinda wanted to show some of these because they were adorable, especially the giraffe tiger. He is my favorite. And maybe this little frog-looking one. He looks so upset. Alright, then we covered this last time, but I will just, reiterate. According to the IUCN, which again is the giant conglomerate that handles research, and they run the red list, which is that giant book of who's endangered, who's gone, who do we need to protect. It's a Frogger. But, so why are tigers going endangered? This is from poaching, habitat loss, human-wildlife conflict, so this is when tigers encroach on human spaces, and we don't like it. I have skipped too far ahead in my notes. Hold on. Alright. Sorry, I have to have 2 slides up, it's just it's ugh. It's hard to keep up with as I'm trying to, like, catch us back up to where we were. And then prey depletion, this is when we overhunt them or, their habitat for the prey slowly starts to not be able to sustain such a large population. And then fragmentation of populations, this is one of the most serious ones. This is where you get smaller and smaller genetic diversity, so eventually they aren't able to breed healthily anymore. I say that not even in the word that healthily is a word, but hopefully you know what I mean. Is not able to sustain a healthy population of tigers because inbreeding happens and then genetics kind of just start to play a really, really important factor here. You're going eepy. Okay. Well, thank you for stopping by. I hope you actually do get some sleep. I know you had problems yesterday. So who is the IUCN? That's the International Union for Conservation of Nature. This is the world's largest and oldest organization, and it is global. This is everybody. Healthily is a good word. I'm going to use healthily from now on forever. I'm just kidding. But this brings together over 1,400 organizations and thousands of scientists. This goes from micro to, I don't know, whale conservationists. You know what I mean? This is like people who care about the tardigrades all the way up to the people who care about beluga whales. So that they maintain the Red List. This is the most comprehensive inventory of species conservation statuses in the entire globe. Other places do have them, but the Red List is the go-to. And tigers are marked as endangered and critically endangered. I do disagree with their South China one, but I do think there's some politics at play there. So this is the go-to list for most governments and scientists and NGOs to prioritize who should we pay attention to. And that's why they're very, very important. These are the people who start ringing the alarm bells and being like, hey, the honeybees are starting to die. Maybe we should care about them a little bit more, right? So the Red List, again, is the most comprehensive list. It also maintains who's already gone. So who have we lost? And I think that's another important thing because sometimes they come back. There is a bird, and I know I mentioned this the first time, but there is a bird that actually came back from extinction, which is kind of shocking because we didn't do it. And maybe I'll cover that in another episode, but yeah, we didn't do it. I'll have to look up like the actual name for it, but I think it's like a finch or something. And the island that they lived on became submerged, and when it finally came back due to like something with ocean tide or something, the island finally like popped back up and plants started to pop back up. The bird just randomly showed back up. That has to do with migration patterns and stuff like that. We're not randomly going to get the Caspian tiger back. That's not going to be a fucking thing. But it's just important to note that they hold the list for who's gone and who might come back or who we need to focus on more, right? So this is what people in governments focus on conservation levels, right? So especially with like the honeybee, these are the people that started to really push legislation and especially like California took note of it. They're the people who were like, hey, it might be really important for these keystone species to actually be paid attention to, right? These are who we're going to look to. These are the most knowledgeable people who are going to tell us kind of like the most important species right now or what we can do right now. And then we do have the 7 levels of concern from least to they're already gone. Critically endangered. This is the like kind of more important one because once we have extinct in the wild, which is what the South China tiger should be, I do not know why. And I don't know if there's just so many. I'm going to say this in the sense that China, the reason why they are so important is because there's so much political behind their culture that I feel like they're almost unwilling to admit that they are gone in the wild because it would admit a fault that they have done and they're not willing to do that. So I think that's why there's like this kind of tiptoeing around it, right? So they should be considered extinct in the wild, but for some fucking reason they're not. And it irks me. It irks me so bad. But yeah, since we did cover this last time, I'm just gonna kind of skip through it. Again, I'll be posting this entire huge thing later, so if any of this does intrigue you, feel free to click through it again and kind of like take this information in, or watch the first VOD on YouTube when I finally post it. So IUCN plays an insane role in not only like tigers, but rhinos, elephants, and a lot of marine species. They do focus on a lot of coral, and again, the honeybee was one of the major ones that they started focusing on in recent years. They support habitat protection, cross border conservation. So, this is the branching path that they take between governments.
Who's that Pokemon?
Who is it? I don't even know who it is. Oh, it's this guy. I'm gonna pass. I don't like it. It's a weird dragon thing. And then they do focus on research and training for local rangers and communities. So this is the thing about rewilding, why it's so important to talk to your communities. And then they are what Global Tiger Forum, which we covered last time, and Traffic and Sites, which we will get to shortly in a recap, kind of work through. This is the data that everyone kind of like works in one big summit every year happens, but it's not the Tiger Summit that we'll get to, but they get together and this is where they all like collaborate through, which is the IUCN. And then we just have the major threats listed out again. Again, poaching, illegal wildlife trade. This is one we're going to cover a lot today. So this is the not only living exotic animal trade, but this is the big one. Kind of click through here. So this is graphic warning, kind of gross, coming up. I might pause for a second. I think there's an ad. Hopefully, I'm hoping my thing isn't actually wrong. So we'll just kind of pause here. Oh, I'll go back. I'm just gonna pause real quick and wait. I'm going to stand up and stretch. I'm gonna look weird for a second. And then the squeakiest chair in the world has to make its announcement. Okay. Sorry. Getting back in my chair. Ugh. I have added a few more things just because when I say like China uses tigers in medicine, it's kind of hard for I guess people to be like, what do you mean there's tiger in Tylenol, right? That's not it. There's a lot of like over the counter stuff or like under the counter stuff that does happen, like tiger tea and things like that. Welcome back. Hopefully the ad actually did play. I don't know. Twitch has been really stupid for me lately. Graphic warning. I wanted to be able to say this. Some of these pictures are kind of gross. It's bones with meat on it still. So close your eye holes. I'll tell you when it's over. We do have pelts. And again, every part of a tiger is used. From the tip of the tail all the way to the whiskers. And then unfortunately we do have pictures with poachers. Kind of sad, but we did cover this last time. And a lot of times you'll see them snared. I didn't cover this in the first one. This is a picture that I did add. They do snare them and then come and find them. They aren't like tracking them in the wild just because they are so elusive. So tigers usually do end up snared and then are just either succumbing to the elements and starving, or poachers aren't too far and keep checking their snares and then, oh, we caught a tiger kind of thing. So unfortunately. And then this is just some of the products that are known is kind of sad. But when I do say that there's medicinal medicine, right? People are actually taking this in. So a lot of times it's like teas and pills you take. But yeah, so this is just some of the products that use the bone, the fur, the whiskers, the meat, the fat. And this goes to the Endangered Species Act, which was published in 1973, which spurred traffic and sites, especially here in the US. I don't know why the music got so loud randomly in my ear. So just like I mentioned before, every part of the tiger is used and trafficked. A lot of times a dead tiger will make more than a living tiger. Just because over in Asia, they are not selling pets like they are here. It's kind of unfortunate. But again, the Endangered Species Act is enforced by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm just going off of U.S. laws because that's what I know. This is what I have education in. So they focus on the take of a listed species, and by take, that means any from harming, harassing, pursuing, hunting, shooting. Literally, just like if you are removing it from the wild in any sense of that term, that is the take. Are you physically taking the species out? Like, are you taking a fish out of water? Think of it like that. So when you see take listed under the Endangered Species Act, that's what they're referring to. Are you killing it? Are you hurting it? Are you taking something off of it but like leaving it there? So like in the sense that like rhinos, a lot of times they cut the ivory off and just like leave them. That's a part of the take, right? Or if you're like, and I know I said this before, putting a parrot in your pocket, that's also taking. So you're physically taking the species, but it can also mean are you killing it and taking it? Yeah. Again, we covered this last time. I'm trying to just kind of skip through it here. So CITES is the Convention on International Trade. So this is when it got opened up to global, not just within the United States borders. This is when we started working globally. So this is what was crossing from like the Mexican border, or like what's coming over on planes and stuff like that. This is the important piece of legislation that happened. And this is the group that works with over 183 countries. And it's not only animals, it is plants as well. And it helps maintain like who can be traded where. It also helps with invasive species. So this is when you'll see a lot of times on those shows like border crossing or border patrol shows. This is like, oh, why are you bringing in 400,000 pounds of meat that is infested with bugs? Like that's also part of it, but I digress. We did deep dive that last time. So how does CITES work? Again, there's 3 appendices. We have the highest protection and then voluntary. So highest is your tigers, rhinos, great apes. Those are your orangutans, gorillas, and such. And then middle is lions, a parrot in your pocket. And a lot of birds are on this part of the list. And then lastly, we have turtles, deer. So this is like you can't exactly cross the border with, again, an entire carcass. You have to tell them you're bringing it in and they have to mark it down, right? So it's not a secret, but as long as you tell someone, they just need to know. Okay, so this is the part that we're going to kind of get to today. We haven't fully gotten to that stage yet because we're going to cover a few more things, but one thing I want to mention is that CITES talks about closing tiger farms, which we will cover extensively later today. And this is the commercial part of conservation, where China is very, very important because they have commercialized tigers in the same sense that we have, a beef industry or a pork industry. There is a demand, so they have filled that. And this is when we talk about, is it still conservation or do they have the right to do that? Because there are no laws banning tiger farms. Morally, do we think it's okay? I don't. Fuck that. I don't understand it, but I digress. We'll get to that later. Again, CITES is one of those where it looks great on paper, right? You might follow it, but if the country doesn't give any fucks, they're not gonna enforce it. They might be like, "Yeah, no, we're totally gonna comply with it. It looks great. It looks awesome." We don't give a shit. They're not gonna follow it. They might put money into, like, a police force to back it up, but they're gonna be like, "Yeah, whatever, we don't care." And that's where we kinda, like, look at China and sometimes Russia, especially with tiger farms. Russia does have a lot of tiger farms as well, but they mainly feed into China. But yeah, we'll cover that later. So traffic again is that NGO, which is a non-government organization. They are also a non-profit, I believe. They work with WWF and the IUCN. It was established in 1976, and they operate across Africa, Asia, the Americas, and Europe. So this is a very, very big organization, and they are the boots on the ground. They are the people who go and find data. They track who's selling what, where is it going, what is being sold, right? So, say all of a sudden Thailand takes in a giant shipment of tiger parts. Okay, where did it come from? What can we do about it? These are the watchdogs for the government because the government might not do anything about it. So these are the people who actually are doing the research, mostly by volunteer work. Mostly, I say mostly. But they also do a lot of like online research and stuff like that. They're in like the ooh spooky dark web. But they are getting in the forums. They are in the chats with the people trying to buy it and sell it. They also work with police agencies, customs agencies, as well as like Interpol and like um, yeah, I forgot what I was about to say. I'm trying to like speed run this because we covered this last time. We're getting to the new stuff soon. That's why I'm trying to quickly hop, skip, and jump through it. All right, again, this is just explaining what an NGO is. I don't know what people know and what people don't know. So again, an NGO is things mostly not for profit. They are not run for government. This is a non-governmental organization. And it's usually a volunteer group that is independent from any government. They may work within the bounds of the government because they have to, but they are not enforced by the government. It's not like the United States government is like, all right, WWF, start to do this. Right? They aren't enforced by it. Doesn't matter. They are often funded through donations, grants, and partnerships. This is when I say you have to be very, very careful on figuring out what a good nonprofit is. Right? So do your research, and maybe we'll cover that again. I know we're going to talk about Doc Antle in a little bit because he actually is in the news recently as far as July is concerned. But there's fraud in a lot of nonprofits because they are just you got to watch where the money goes, and that's the most important thing. And I know I sound crazy for saying that, but that's what you have to watch for in an NGO as well, right? So, non-governmental organization, nonprofit, volunteer group. This is any of the ones listed here. Those are the ones that I would recommend paying attention to, especially WWF. They're huge, they're massive. A lot of people are like, oh, they don't really do a lot. You have to like really pay attention. Notice how PETA is not on this fucking list. They are horrible, but like another episode, another rant later. So just a little quote: protect wild tigers, start where you are. And this is just kind of hinting that, like, you don't have to be in India or in China or in Russia to help protect tigers. You can do something as simple as, like, just listen to me ramble or share a fact that you learned today. Something like that. Something as tiny as that can help. So then, since we are continuing off of why are tigers being harmed? What's going on? So they lose a lot of habitat, and this causes the fragmentation that we mentioned. This is when a population becomes so isolated it loses its genetic diversity. This is usually caused by farming and deforestation for agriculture expansion, as well as developing roads, highways that may cause, human interaction, which may cut off an important, you know, migration for said animals. Skipping through this. We covered this last time. So some positives that have happened, this is one of those a a safe way to combat fragmentation, which is nature overpasses or eco ducts. I think there's another term for it. I didn't write it down. It's somewhere in here. Um, I can't remember what it's called. It's fine. It's whatever. But those are really important because they eliminate human animal conflict. They also give safe passage to animals trying to get from, like, say, a feeding ground versus, their cave that they live in. So this isn't just tigers. This is every animal from frogs to bats to bugs to elephants, right? This is everything in between. We extensively covered this last time, so that's why I'm just kind of skipping through it. So we do have a picture of a tiger using a overpass. This is when they go over. A lot of countries are developing like lifted highways, so it maintains the habitat under, and it's usually undisturbed. We're just waiting for an Appleton. That's all we care about. But we do have a famous one. I believe this one is in Canada. Don't quote me. I have it written down somewhere in my notes. My notes are just insanely long. But I did want to share that tigers do cross the road. There is a very famous video of a tiger crossing a highway, which created a huge traffic jam. But I don't have it because it's very crunchy. It's again very very old, and I don't know what was filmed on, but I didn't think it was worth putting in here. All right, so human wildlife conflict. Tigers, need giant habitats. So what happens when humans move in? They tend to assume that the tigers are going to eat the livestock, and a lot of times it doesn't happen. But because farmers have, say, dogs who, run off and try to protect what they are trying to protect, the dogs will die, and that means, oh, they're eating my sheep. You know what I mean? So we do have some retaliatory aspects of that. So the farmers try to get ahead of it by poaching the tigers before, their living comes into jeopardy. But we can focus on a more community-based solution, which is like compensation. So there sometimes locally there are funds for like, oh my god, hey, you lost like half your life. You know, you can't afford to feed your family because your livestock was devastated. There are usually like some type of governmental assistance programs for that. There is a lot of, like, I say boots on the ground programs that like WWF and I think Panthera and Free Find. I think there's a few other ones that actually get into communities and try to teach them, like, hey, if you actually put your animals in this type of fencing with this type of, guard dog by it, you won't have tiger problems. Or they try to teach them like non-invasive ways to protect their animals without having them, have that conflict where tigers might become involved and actually harm them, the people, or their livestock. Kind of jumping through this. Again, we have climate change. This is a huge one. I feel like I shouldn't even have to say this. It impacts everything. So, of course, it's going to impact tigers. It impacts us every single damn day. And then we have interconnected threats. So this is the habitat loss, which leads to fragmentation, which leads to increased poaching, right? So everything is connected. We covered this last time. Everything is like this giant circle of hell when it comes to why tigers are going extinct. So yeah, I covered that last time. We're just going to kind of skip through this. This is some quotes. Again, we mentioned Leonardo DiCaprio is actually a giant tiger ambassador, which I kind of forgot about for a really, really long time because I'm more in like the scientist sphere. But anyways, since we did start talking about this on International Tiger Day, what is it? When is it celebrated? So it is celebrated on July 29th every year. It happened after a 2010 St. Petersburg Tiger Summit. This is the very first, I guess, globally recognized big get together for tiger conservation the world has ever seen. This is where the 13 countries came together and started talking. It aims to raise awareness for tiger conservation. It started with the goal of TX2, which we talked about a little bit last time, which is doubling the tiger population by, I think it was 2022. Unfortunately, that time has passed. We will cover what they're talking about now and why is important. The stuff that happened in TX2 we can learn from and move forward. So, where it all began, this is the St. Petersburg Tiger Summit. This was held in November of 2010 in Russia. It was attended by the 13 Tiger Age countries. Remember that number 13 is really, really important. And the major goal was to double the wild tiger population by 2022. So this is something that India and China and Russia were really looking at. And they actually weren't some of the biggest players to come out in the end. So we had India kind of, do amazing work, but Nepal and Bhutan actually really stepped up. And we'll cover that a little bit later. But we were looking at China and Russia for legislation. Russia did quite a bit, but China really just, they didn't put up. You know what I mean? They didn't really do much. Because again, China we have to be very careful about because they have such a giant industry in traditional medicine with tiger parts that it's really hard for things to shift without also potentially damning cultural impacts, right? So the St. Petersburg Tiger Summit was the giant international, like, this was the, hey, things are looking absolutely horrible. What do we do? Let's get together and figure it out together. Right? So this is what created International Tiger Day. Again, it's July 29th. So if you were at all interested in tigers back in the day, like 2010 to 2016, I want to say, this graphic was everywhere. You always saw these two tiger cubs playing. So then TX2 was like super, super important. You kind of led into something else that we're going to get to. We did watch this video last time, so I'm going to skip it. But so what is this math? So again, just kind of recovering what I just did. But it actually focused on habitat protection and expansion. So this is where something Project Cat comes in, which we will cover in the next slide. We talked about it last time. But that was the major player, at least as far as Westerners were involved. So if you didn't live in India or China or Russia, you know what I mean, over there, we saw this as like, I want to say a publicity stunt based off of, if you were an animal kid at all during that time, you saw TX2 advertisements everywhere. You saw WWF like actually having ads for tiger conservation for the first time ever. And it was something that, like, as a kid growing up caring about tigers was so transformative to me, because it's like, I've been bitching about this for years. Now people are actually paying attention? What do you mean? Right? So they really focused on keeping tiger spaces available and protected. And we kind of covered this last time, so I'm just going to kind of skip to Project Tiger. This is where Warner Brothers, well, it's now Warner Brothers, but Discovery partnered with World Wildlife Fund and actually started doing advertisements and shows specifically for tigers and the TX2 project and their own project, which they deemed Project Cat. So this is where they donated and paid for land to keep as tiger conservation. So they opened up and purchased land for national parks in India, Bhutan, and Nepal. And that's why I said those countries were actually really, really important, because they stepped up. And they actually started to enforce and teach rangers over there. This is when we started to really increase trail cams. We paid for vehicles and other surveillance stuff. Like, this is when we were like actually on the ground training people. But this is the red flag that I want to wave, where it became a debate between education and entertainment. Was it something fun for kids to watch and learn about, or was it just entertainment for this company to kind of get behind? And this is where I'm kind of split, because Animal Planet and Discovery itself, and like that whole TLC thing, they showed a lot of misinformation to us when we were kids, and I don't think people even understand how crazy some of the things went. Like, there's a documentary, and I'm gonna say a pseudo documentary because I don't even know what the hell you would call this. It's called Living with Tigers, and I am going to break down every scene in this stupid show in its own project, because I was one of those influential kids where if you were talking about tigers, I was so excited just to hear anything you said. And because it was on TV and because it was on Animal Planet, I believed every goddamn word that was said. And that is something that I am so thankful that I learned how to understand what a credible source is and what is just plain media. And I think media literacy is something that we are slowly losing again. And it is something that we need to kind of figure out how to get trust in sources again and understand who's lying to us. Is it for entertainment, or are they actually trying to educate us on something? And again, I will break this down entirely in its own project because Living with Tigers is such an insane concept. It hurts my soul. But we did talk about him. This is Dave Simone. I can never say his last name because it I want to say like it's Italian, but he doesn't look Italian, so then my brain just like gets really, really, really confused. But yeah, this guy, I don't. We watched this last time, so we're not gonna watch it again. But everything is wrong because this man is just hanging out with a cub in a studio somewhere, rather than showing that they want to protect. So this is a bump in between um, shows on Animal Planet that aired back in 2012, 16, something like that. It was in between that era because that's when Project Cat really took off. Mind you, this is in the time span of TX2. So you just had this guy play with a cub, just getting manhandled, by the way, and just explaining that they're going to save tigers, but didn't show tigers in the wild at all, which I think would have been a little bit better. Not to, critique that, but screw you.
I'm Dave Simone for Animal Planet.
Yeah, Simone. All right, we're going to skip you. All right, we watched that last time. Again, all of these videos are going to be inside the PowerPoint, so if you want to come back and watch them, since we did cover that last time, yeah, just know. They're in there. Okay. So success stories. I think this is kind of where we left off. I think we got a few more slides and then we have officially caught up and I can stop rambling and hopefully calm down a little bit. I was trying to speed through it so fast. I apologize. I'm gonna take a sippy sip real quick. Okay. So we have some success stories. So Indian tiger population actually increased from about, I want to say this number was closer to 2,000 back in 2006, and it has increased to about 3,000. It's closer to the higher 3,000. Like that's kind of been confirmed, especially now in 2025. They have done a little bit more research. But in 2022, at the end of TX2, they actually did do quite a lot to increase and double their own population of tigers. In Russia, Siberian tiger conservation had great success. We had rewilding become a really major focus. I believe there was some legislation that was actually passed. I know a bunch of land was actually set off for newt preservations. And then we had community-led conservation efforts in Nepal and Bhutan. Remember, I keep mentioning those two countries. Nepal actually set, these two countries got together and they actually, worked with India really closely to increase their tiger population. They were seeing what India was doing, what they were doing well, what they weren't doing well, and kind of use them as an example for their own conservation projects. So TX2 created unprecedented political and financial movement to save tigers. This was the first time in all of human history. I know we had talked about Jim Corbett and how he had kind of changed conservation and its thinking back in the day. But in modern time, this was this was huge. This was monumental. Like, no one had got together to talk about this species specifically. Conservation, like even in IUCN, some of their get-togethers, tigers weren't really like a major focus. But this was one that was specifically set up just to save tigers. So this kind of is a positive for Thailand, just because their wild tiger population increased. They actually set up the Western Forest Complex. So they focused mainly on anti-poaching patrols. This is where they increased a lot of tech. They used a lot of tech. So they had their government step up and actually start to enforce laws that they had already set in place years ago. So this goes back to something similar like sites and traffic. They got a lot of community involvement. They realized that ecotourism might bring in a lot of money to Thailand, so they kind of focused and worked with a lot of NGOs. Like Panthera was #1 over in Thailand. WWF kind of came in second, and then you got the Freeland Foundation, which came in, and those are the people that were teaching. I gotta see a picture. Oh, it broke. Of course it broke. Boo. Damn you, pixels breaking. But yeah, so they actually had a lot of support through their government. It wasn't just something that was set up and like, okay, I guess if you want to come in and, do something yourself, you can. It was really like a full community involvement. So they are thriving in something called WEFCOM. So this is your Western Forest Complex, which is spanning over 18,000 square kilometers. It is one of the most important tiger landscapes in all of Southeast Asia. And then this includes 2 UNESCO sites, which is 2 very, very important wildlife sanctuaries, which weren't really being patrolled and protected before this. And this is when the government kind of stepped up. And I know this is 2 years after, but with the help of TX2, Thailand saw at least a 50% increase in what they have caught. At least as far as conservation goes, what they have seen in wildlife populations. It used to be down to 50. I believe it was anywhere from 25 to 50 that they were reporting, and it's now at least 200 wild tigers. All right, so since we just kind of recapped a whole bunch of information, we're just going to kind of cover it real quick. Why do tigers matter? So they are the apex predator. They are a very important species, which we'll talk about later today. They are actually 3 different very important species. They are vital for ecosystem balance. They are cultural and spiritual significant to the people that live with them. And they have left quite the impression on people not even in the native range, but even over here in the West. Tigers are known as umbrella species. They are known as keystone and flagship as well, but umbrella species is very important. I do have a slight debate that I will bring up a little bit later about if an umbrella species should be something like a tiger or if it should be a lesser known species. Because research is starting to come out that umbrella species might actually not be a good enough term to use for them. So again, the umbrella species is by protecting them, you help everybody in the ecosystem. So they lead to something called ecotourism, and that is also an economic incentive for governments to keep tigers in the wild. They are also indicators of a healthy forest ecosystem. By having tigers, you have a healthy prey population, which is being kept in check, which leads to a whole nother slew of things. Again, just a quick recap because we went through a ton of information. There are fewer than 4,000 tigers left in the wild. That number is, again, I'm going to asterisk it because that number changes because of how tigers are, how our research is, and how tracking can be, right? It might be up to 5,000. It might still be under 4,000. Depending on who you ask, depending on the research, that number shifts so drastically. Tigers have lost over 93% of their historical range. That goes back to that orange and red graph that I showed before. The major threats that we focus on are poaching, habitat loss, and illegal animal trade. There are 3 of 9 tiger subspecies extinct. Again, asterisk it. That South China tiger doesn't exist in the wild, but they are still considered critically endangered. They aren't extinct yet. Many governments and organizations are working hard to protect these big cats. That goes back to the St. Petersburg Tiger Summit. They're actually getting together, and those 13 tiger countries are super, super important. So every voice matters when it comes to conservation. This is as quiet as those kids drawing pictures and as loud as governments enforcing new laws. Literally, it's every single piece of conservation matters. So just a quick what can you do if you're not going to stick around for the whole, 240 more slides I have. So you can support legitimate wildlife conservation groups. That's WWF, Panthera, WCS. There's like free find, traffic also takes and stuff. You got sites and stuff like that. Take a drink. Okay.
It's cold. Now that's what I call high quality H2O.
I might run to the bathroom, so maybe. I can wait. I'll wait another, few slides. Okay. We might pause on the next slide. And then we'll go. I might run to the bathroom quick. So another thing you can do is be a conscious consumer. This is avoid buying wildlife products. This is like if you're gonna look for something like palm oil, just kind of be aware of what you're buying. I know that sounds really stupid and easy to do, but just be aware of what you're buying, where your money goes, especially if you're going to donate. That's one of the big things is learning what a good not-for-profit is versus what a bad not-for-profit is. There's also educating others on tiger conservation. Just kind of like spread the word, just bring it up in casual conversation, At least I do. I'm a weirdo though. Some more extreme things you can do is fundraise or volunteer. Hosting a fundraiser maybe we'll do later on if I actually get popular enough. Who knows? Maybe we'll donate some stuff. Maybe do like a streamathon and donate to WWF or something like that. You can also, this is a really big one, at least in the West, especially here in the United States, you can avoid this one. This is the big one, right? This is what we're going to kind of focus on this later half. Avoid tourist attractions with captive tigers. This goes back to your Tiger King. Don't, I know they're cute. I know they're cuddly. I love them. Don't cub pet. Don't get a picture with a tiger. There's so many things that I could talk about and will talk about with this, but if you can't, that is the least you can possibly do in this list is don't give the money to the people who are going to use and abuse tigers like that. And then just a quick thing. So the tiger is a symbol of courage, strength, and protection. Saving it means saving our future. And then here we have just like a quick kind of recap of the major points through time. I know I'm blocking quite a few of them. I apologize. So in the 1900s, the population estimated drops drastically. So this is when 100,000 tigers roamed Earth. And then within 100 years, we are down to 3,000. So in 1907, Jim Corbett hunts Champawat, and this is when he shifts to conservation himself. And notice it's only been, this is when tigers were everywhere. Ooh, pardon me. And we don't see anything until 1973 with the U.S. establishing the Endangered Species Act, and India launches Project Tiger itself. So in 1975, CITES is established, and that is to protect domestic and abroad species here in the United States. In 1976, Traffic is created. That is that NGO that helps be the watchdog for illegal animal trade. In 1986, ICUN adds tigers to the red list. This is that really important red flag, uh-oh list. This is the uh-oh list. And then you won't see anything major until about 2010. And this is the St. Petersburg Tiger Summit in Russia. And this is the creation of the TX2 movement. I know it's T times 2. I just like saying TX2 because I just Just know that if you hear it, it might be said differently. And then in 2016, Discovery Channel starts Project Cat and spreads awareness for TX2. And then in 2022, Big Cat Public Safety Act passes here in the US, and that is the end for TX2. And this in the following year we have in 2023, and marks the start of something known as GTRP 2.0. And we will cover that at the end of the presentation, just because that's where we are now. So we're going to cover those three countries that I keep talking about: India, Russia, and China. So in India, it is really important to note that they wholeheartedly don't want their tigers to disappear. And they have started over 50 tiger reserves, which are under the National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA. Project Tiger, which I mentioned just previously, was founded in 1973, and that's a landmark national program that protects tigers. Their population from 2006 grew from about 1,400 all the way up to about 3,000. So this is the country that doubled their tiger numbers. They actually succeeded in the TX2 program by using camera traps, DNA analysis, and something called M-stripes monitoring, which is a very, very important program, which I will talk about shortly. They also focused on a lot of community project and eco development themselves. They focused on basically educating the people who lived in India, and by doing that, you had a lot of people become rangers at tiger preserves. They were understanding that it's not really, how do I say this? The human tiger conflict really was focused on here because they have the most population of tigers. The Indian government, along with WWF, focused on those I can't think of the word right now. So that was the compensation scheme that I talked about before. This was the non-confrontational things that could happen to prevent certain things from happening. So these are the people who were training farmers to keep their livestock safely secured at night, or these are the people who were coming up with some type of program to keep farmers, going, even if they, had a recent tiger attack wipe out, one or two of their livestock. And one of the big things is that India started to actually census their tigers using AI and camera traps. And I say this in the sense that AI did not guesstimate how many tigers there are. They created something called M-stripes, which is actually led to the world's largest wildlife survey, which is kind of impressive, especially with how important Indian jungles are to just like a lot of species. Like, I shit you not, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. But M-stripes is important because it is something that you might have seen in silly engineering YouTube videos. So M-stripes is short for the Monitoring System for Tigers Intensive Protection and Ecological Status. It is a software-based monitoring system launched across Indian tiger reserves by the Indian government. That part of the government is the National Tiger Conservation Authority, the NTCA, in 2010. So this happened just after TX2 started. So this is the program that uses GPS devices and captures data relative to tiger sightings, death, and wildlife crime, and has actually helped in patrolling those areas. So this is the program that can actually see what it's looking at and tell you what it is. This was the start to a really huge endangered Bengal tiger project that India had. It was intended to enhance the effectiveness of their patrols. So, if someone said, oh, there might be a poacher in the area, this is the program that actually was able to say, like, hey, a tiger was over here, you might need to pay attention. So the AI is known as Trail Guard. So I'm gonna click through to the next picture. This was used in the Indian tiger census. It is AI-powered camera alert system with real-time monitoring to detect illegal trade activity. So this also would detect if there are people, right? So it's mostly seeing animals, and it would actually tell if there was a tiger. I believe it also did it did some other animals too. I can't remember. But it would be able to recognize humans, and then it would send an alert to like the rangers on patrol and be like, "Hey, at this GPS location on this camera, we just saw a tiger pass through here, and then we just saw a human." Like it would literally real time send poachers faces to people looking for poachers. So this is like literally groundbreaking, specifically for 2010. Like this was insane. And it was later developed by the Wildlife Institute of India, and this is kind of like the final form. So it was developed there, and then as well as using camera trap data repository and analyst tool, also known as cat rat. This is something that you can actually get today. This is also something that is used in trail cams right now. Not specifically the poaching and tigers, but this is what trail cams actually do now. They've developed tech that far. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. So this is the big long video that's next. This will cover it. So this is a PBS video about AI of the tiger. It was a part, I believe, of a larger project called Wild Hope. So hopefully it's not too loud. I'm going to turn it down just a tad bit.
The central India landscape supports one of the largest tiger populations in the world. One of the downsides of having a great tiger population is the increasing number of conflicts that also take place. Advancements in technologies are an incredible way to help reduce the conflict. It is possible for these communities and tigers to coexist. I fell in love with tigers literally in my formative years.
Okay.
I grew up in a tiger conservation landscape because of my dad being a field director for over 15 years. So I kind of grew up watching wild tigers. My most fond memories are in the Jeep, going around in the jungles. You're just completely in the moment looking at this beautiful, beautiful predator in front of you.
Seeing a tiger is always thrilling, and doesn't matter how many times you have seen a tiger, that thrill never goes away.
Watching his passion for tigers unfold in front of my eyes was pretty inspiring.
That inspiration ultimately led Rashida Negi to pursue her PhD at Clemson University, where she became a tiger herself. She studies human-wildlife conflict resolution and is following in her father's footsteps.
She is assisting me in conserving tigers in this part of the landscape. And I have worked with the National Tiger Conservation Authority, so I've been working with tiger conservation in the country for a long time. And equally important is working with my daughter in tiger conservation.
Rashida's research has brought her to Madhya Pradesh in central India, known as the Tiger State. It's home to the largest tiger population in the country.
That's where Sundari was.
But their history here
I just want to point
and
that
in
out.
India as a
We've
whole
talked about this place
is
before.
a fraught one. It wasn't so long ago, just in the early 1900s, that an estimated 40,000 tigers roamed across India. But as the human population boomed, nearly 95% of their range was lost. Rampant hunting took a further toll.
The hunting, as well as a vermin extermination programs at the time contributed together into a very, very steep decline in the tiger numbers.
By the 1970s, the species was on the brink. So in 1972, the government passed the Wildlife Protection Act, banning the hunting of most animals, including tigers. And just a year later, it launched a landmark initiative, Project Tiger. The campaign was novel, the first network of tiger reserves to manage and protect the big cats.
When we started Project Tiger, we had only 9 tiger reserves.
Today, there are 55 protected reserves and counting.
When we started the protected area, it was around 9,000 square kilometers. And today we are having 76,000 square kilometers under the Project Tiger coverage.
Tigers need vast territories to survive, so conserving them also benefits other wildlife.
If the tigers are protected, your entire ecosystem is protected.
In
that's
the
the idea of
50
the
years
umbrella
since
species.
Project Tiger started, tiger numbers in India virtually doubled, from around 1,800 to some 3,700 tigers today.
I can't see that number changes.
It's a
depending on who
positive
you
trend,
ask.
but it's happening in a country that is now home to 1.4 billion people, the most populous on Earth. Here in Madhya Pradesh, tigers and people are even more concentrated within a 2,300 square mile stretch of forest that also serves as a tiger superhighway.
Kana and Painch corridor is a corridor which exists between the 2 tiger reserves, 2 very important source areas for tigers.
The cats have to move between reserves to find mates, prey, and new territory. But local communities depend on this forest as well.
The corridor also happens to have more than 700 villages.
Over 2.7 million people and more than 300 tigers is a recipe for conflict.
Human population in these landscapes, along with livestock, are increasing, and so are the tiger numbers. And there is going to be more and more spatial overlap.
Conflict is bound to happen because we have a prey-ranging system. Cattle, they are let loose in the jungle. If the easy prey is
Something that I don't cover here, but like, again, remember how important cows are in general in Indian culture, right? So they don't want to put cows behind, these bars, right? So this is when they mention like free ranging, like this is very important because like they don't want like the deity, right? That is the cows to them. They don't want to put them behind bars. It just also think of that, right? Just want to add that little tidbit in.
is available in the form of maybe cow or buffalo or maybe sheep, goat. Obviously, tiger will prefer to have that kind of easy prey. So they get killed by the tiger.
A lot of the households here primarily rely on raising livestock. It's what they rely on for revenue generation and sometimes to supplement income. So livestock depredation is truly an economic loss for the communities.
Hundreds of the villagers' animals are killed here each year.
हमारा बकरी को तो खा गया 2 गाय का भी तो 2-3 गाय का खा गया जंगल में बहुत नुकसान बहुत जानवर मारे हैं ना.
The attacks have led to calls for retribution. But these calls are tempered by thousands of years of culture and tradition.
Across India, you'll find reverence and even kinship that communities find in a lot of wildlife species. There are rituals that the community performs to be showing their gratitude to the tiger because they revere the tiger as a tiger deity. You'll find amongst these indigenous communities some incredible definitions of tiger as a protector, which is so distinct from anywhere in the world.
For Rashida, this reverence provides a foundation for conflict resolution. She and Himmat have been working with the villagers on a solution that protects both people and tigers.
In communities that live at such close proximity to tigers, community engagement gives you an opportunity to hear about their challenges. We also develop a sense of why it is important for these communities to care and conserve tigers.
Together, they've developed a plan that relies on community collaboration and cutting-edge technology. Artificial intelligence. Piyush Yadav is one of the minds behind the tech, known as TrailGuard AI.
TrailGuard AI camera system is an AI-powered camera.
For the past few years, these AI-enhanced cameras have been deployed in 5 African countries, trained to detect humans to help combat wildlife poaching. In that time, they've led to the arrest of 32 poachers. Now, the team has brought the AI to India and trained it to recognize tigers. That's step 1 in an early warning system that feeds back to the villages.
We demonstrate to them how the technology works and also how the cameras can possibly help in reducing the increasing conflicts that they face.
TrailGuard AI works much like an ordinary camera trap, taking a photo whenever something passes by. But the camera doesn't simply store the image, it analyzes it.
The AI intelligence that is available on the camera itself is able to differentiate between different species. It could be a human, it could be a tiger.
Working with the forest department, Piyush installs the cameras along trails that lead directly into the hardest-hit villages.
As soon as any motion happens in front of the camera, it captures the image
and sounds the alarm.
Once there is a trigger, and if the AI classifies that image as a tiger, it would communicate that image. You have a tiger presence that you've captured in a certain area.
A real-time image of the tiger gets sent to the forest department.
We are able to get this data from all the remote locations to the forest staff in under 30 seconds.
The forest department would immediately alert our community steward.
This person, chosen by the community, jumps into action.
His duty then is to alert his community members about where the tiger was spotted and what are the areas that they should potentially avoid.
काफ़ी अच्छा है, मतलब काफ़ी अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी जो उससे पता चल जाता है कि टाइगर अभी आ रहा है, तो इससे अच्छा और क्या होगा.
The villagers can take an immediate action.
If the villager is where there could be a potential threat to livestock, he can bring it back as soon as possible back to their houses.
हाँ, रह तो सकते हैं. अभी क्या होता है, कैमरा लगाने से ये हुआ कि ऑटोमेटिक पता चल जाता है उससे कि टाइगर आ रहा है, तो गांव वाले खुद ही पहले से अपने सुरक्षित हो जाते हैं.
The response of villagers has been very positive for our technology. Now, they are so confident about the technology that they are adjusting it to their own lifestyles.
तो उससे जैसे अब टाइगर जहाँ लगाते हैं, टाइगर क्रॉस करता है, तो उससे हमको पता चल जाता है कि इस ओर टाइगर है, तो उससे फिर अटैक के चांस कम रहते हैं, क्योंकि गांव वाले उधर अपने जानवर नहीं ले जाते हैं, दूसरी साइड लिया लेते हैं चराने के लिए.
The warning system is working.
We have positively ID'd 200 images of tigers. And these locations, interestingly, are not inside any deep forest area. These locations are near the villages. We have been seeing the coexistence of tigers and humans in this region for the past 2 years.
we most definitely have seen a change in the reception of the community members after being told about the reason why Trail Guard is here and receiving those real-time notifications of the tiger's presence. Empowering the communities makes them feel that they are being part of the decision-making process, which is so important.
With the success of the early warning system in central India, the technology is now being put to use in West Bengal too, with encouraging results.
We are deploying these cameras to create an early alert system to detect elephant in real time and alert the villagers.
Whether it's elephants or tigers, humans or livestock, the AI technology is proving to be a powerful tool.
Technology such as AI has a huge role to play across the globe. When we talk about the conservation of species like tiger, this technology is going to help in a big way.
With the advancements in technology to mitigate conflict, it is a pretty hopeful future for tiger numbers.
I completely believe that tigers and humans can and should coexist. Any kind of wildlife species should coexist with humans because this is not humans' planet, it is everyone's planet.
Thanks for watching this episode. If you'd like to dive deep.
All right. So yeah, that's why it's like a big PBS thing is Wild Hope. Anyways. Ratata. Okay. It starts again. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. So I'm gonna play some ads, then we don't get interrupted, but I have to pee. Alright, I shall be right back. Hello, hello. I'm back. Hi, Dip. How are you? All right, let's jump back in. All right, so we're going to move on to talking about Russia. So, Russia, again, is the home of the Siberian tiger. It was once down to 40, less than 40 individuals. It has come back. I believe they have about 200, 250. What they did during the TX2 movement was actually start to enforce better protection laws and increase harsh penalties for poaching. They opened up the Land of Leopard National Park, which was created for tiger and prey protection, as well as, I believe, of course, as stated, leopards. What they did is they installed wildlife corridors, which is connecting fragmented forests. So those were kind of thinner uh, nature preserves, so you can't develop land and stuff like that on them. They also started a collaboration with China on cross-border conservation because there are so many tigers in northeast China as well as the far east of Russia. They kind of coincide. So because tigers don't follow country borders, they have to kind of talk to each other, and this was the kind of start to that conversation. They hadn't really talked about tiger conservation before, and that's another thing that I had mentioned the first time we talked about the St. Petersburg Tiger Summit, is all of these countries were working individually to protect tigers, but because they came together, there was more of a global effort to actually conserve this species, and it wasn't just one guy trying to do one thing that wasn't really working. Well, the other guy was like kind of half-ass putting stuff together. So this is the mark of Russia and China actually coming together to protect Siberian tigers because their population goes all the way down into China. So yeah, again, Siberian tigers are now up to like the 600s in the wild, and again, that number is asterisk because we don't really know the actual number. And then China's a big one. Of course, we're going to cover them quite a bit more when we get further down into when we talk about zoos and stuff like that. So this is the major point that I have. The South China tiger is considered extinct in the wild. So they really didn't focus on that. They also really didn't focus on the Indo-Chinese tiger, just because they were working with Russia, and that was one of the biggest kind of movements at this time. So they focused specifically on the Amur tiger or the Siberian tiger. So this was the transboundary conservation zones that they created with Russia, which developed tiger and leopard national parks, which is about 1.5 million hectares of land set aside to conservation. They expanded on rewilding programs and captive-born tigers in semi-wild conditions. So this is part of the, not exactly, but kind of coincides with the Zalushka tiger that we talked about before, with the rewilding programs that were starting to be enforced, and actually had some success to them. They also increased anti-poaching and illegal trade laws, but again, if you're not going to enforce it to its full extent, they kind of created a lot of loopholes for them. Again, China plays a very, very, very critical role in the fight against that because they are the consumers of illegal wildlife trafficking, especially with parts and developing into specific medicines that people will take in. It's kind of, I guess it's not really a catch-22, but it's very important to know that it's like they're trying to show that they're doing stuff, but it's not enough where they're actually kind of seeing some success with it. Especially with some of the loopholes that have been created, it's kind of hard to justify how much effort they've actually done. Specifically, when we talk about tiger farms, they've done enough to combat the poaching and illegal part of it, but if you make farming tigers legal, does that really help tiger conservation in the long run? by creating a supply for a demand. And this is where like that debate of like, should we allow culturally, sensitive medicines to still continue, especially when it has to do with such a endangered species? Like, is it okay to create a supply for a demand that in itself started off illegal? You know what I mean? Like this is the bigger conversation that we'll kind of hint at. But let me have a positive look at tiger conservation, just because again it is past that. So just kind of recap what we talked about, especially in that video that we just watched. The TX2 initiative was again WWF and partners, especially with governments, those 13 tiger countries. It did start the Global Tiger Recovery Program, which is what it's just another term for the 13 tiger countries. Again, doubling tigers by 2022. Some say that India actually did fulfill this, but how much did that branch out into the other subspecies? Things that came from it is smart patrols with its spatial monitoring and reporting tools. And anti-poaching efforts actually increased using tech, like we saw the M stripes and the AI, the trail guard and stuff like that, as well as GPS collars and cameras. GPS collars were specifically used in Russia to see if rewilding programs were working. We do use GPS programs in general in zoology just to track behaviors and see where tigers are going. A lot of the effort came from community engagement. That's the eco-tourism, and then helping to spur alternative livelihoods, as well as keeping farming safe, like we saw in that video. And then again, rewilding efforts in places like Kazakhstan. I know I haven't mentioned that yet, but they actually saw some positives, as well as potential to actually see tigers come back to Turkey. So maybe have Caspian tigers adjacent come back. Again, it's not the Caspian subspecies, but they did see that tigers are actually able to come back, like the land is able to hold prey that they will eat and stuff like that. So they might actually see a population of tiger come back after almost 100+ years. All right, so case study, tigers. This is something that I wanted to kind of talk about with the how a nonprofit can be bad. This is one of those things where, like, if you want to do good, you have to see who's pretending to do the good. So this is a nonprofit that is owned by Doc Antle, which is that guy from Tiger King. He's the guy who is supposedly running a cult and stuff like that. It was actually, he was in the news recently, and this is why it's kind of important. So he was in the news for money laundering. It was a money laundering scheme for wildlife trafficking. He has federal charges now, breaking the Lacey Act, which we will talk about later. But so again, this is a nonprofit that is masked as a wildlife conservation and educational organization. It is based out of South Carolina, and it is known as Myrtle Beach Safari. He also has, again, it's called Tigers, but it's the Institute of Greatly Endangered and Rare Species. There's also the Rare Species Fund or something. He owns that, and it's completely not real. This is the other nonprofit that he uses to technically take in donations and not pay for tiger trafficking. So this is the thing that you kind of have to pay attention to, especially in the news. Is that it sounds like he's doing a lot to take care of these animals. Like, oh, hey, you're paying for, these tigers to eat by funding this, and it's all money laundering. It also claims to focus on captive breeding and genetic preservation and public awareness. He also is the reason why we have ligers alive today. They came out a long time ago. I will cover them in their own thing along with white tigers. Just because I don't know if you can really say you're for conservation when you create a man-made species, mind you, man-made, because lions and tigers are not naturally occurring in the same regions. So a man-made species specifically for entertainment because it is so big. Like it's insane to me that you can say that you are here for the genetic preservation of a species when you are playing fucking God by making not really abominations, but not naturally occurring species, as if like you're breeding dogs. Like it's fucked because like it's not like you're gonna send a liger into the wild and it's gonna just do fine, right? Like it's an invasive species, if anything. But I digress. That's a whole presentation in and of itself. Yeah, again, he's the reason why we really see that blur between wildlife entertainment and education. He has done programs on Animal Planet and Discovery for his Myrtle Beach safari. It is one of those things where it's still up and running. You can go there today. I do have like Yelp reviews that we're going to look at later on because it's fucked, but I just want to point out he is a criminal and has federal fucking charges for money laundering and wildlife trafficking. That's not even slander. It's fucking real. It's insane to me that people still look at him and go, yeah, that's a good guy. But I can say tigers is a thing that he created that is just money laundering for tiger conservation that popped up around the time that TX2 did. So know who the fuck you're paying attention to and who you're giving your money to. That's all I can say. So anyways, so on a positive note, we're going to move on to something that I have mentioned before. I think this is insanely cool. But breaking the mold, a new look at tiger families. So when you talk about wolves and how they have hierarchies like Sigma and Alpha and Beta and stuff like that, it's not real, right? We found out that that's not real. The zoologist behind that misinterpreted what he was seeing and has been defunct. He has come out and said that was the worst paper he's ever written. It was horrible. And like I can get more into detail, but like he's tried to scrub that from the world. And for some reason people are clinging to that more than actual science. So tigers for a very long time have been known to be like territorial and like keep to themselves and solitary hunters. But for the first time ever, we actually saw something that might change that thinking, especially in Siberian tigers. We actually saw an entire family come together and maintain a family unit. So it is actually breaking the idea that, I'm going to say this in the sense that, because we're talking about wolves, the Sigma male, right? The one who is known to be just like, mate with a female and then leave. It's actually starting to be believed that males actually do play a role in raising young, which might be something that we're seeing just because we have more cameras available, but I think it's pretty cool. So it's actually breaking standards that we've had about tigers for a very, 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 very long time. So yeah, I just kind of want to take a peep at this real quick, kind of show this off. So where it happened, it happened in the Sukhot I can't say it, it's Russian, Biosphere Reserve. It was caught on a trail cam, and it captured footage of a male Siberian tiger walking alongside a female and their 3 cubs. This, again, was never heard of, never before filmed, let alone, thought of. Like, no one was thinking that this was even possible. Males have been known to kill cubs, not of their own, and possibly of their own, and then to mate with a female, specifically, like, because of territory. But yeah, no, this is just something that, again, super brand new. It happened insanely recently, I think within the last, 5 years. I can't remember exactly when this happened. I should have written it down. It's not in my notes as I'm scrolling through. I can't find the actual date. It happened, within the last 5 years, though. Just want to point that out. So, this is, groundbreaking stuff that we are witnessing in real time. So, it challenges the idea that all male tigers are aggressive loners, which, again, like the wolves, we have data of, but it might have been misinterpreted to an extent. females usually do raise young by themselves. That is not going to change, but it might lead to like males aren't insanely aggressive and they may actually protect and tolerate their own offspring. If the male is probably older and recognize that, or if there's no oh crap, what's it called? Can't think of the word. Competition within the area. I got there, guys. This because we do have a lot more trail cams, right? Again, we have trail guard, we have AI, we have eyes everywhere now. This is one of the things that they really pushed in TX2 is that we wanted to be able to see how many tigers were actually out there in the wild, and we're seeing footage that we never in a million years thought we would have caught. So here we have a pretty little picture. Right, so I just want to reiterate the importance of having a non-invasive monitoring tool like trail cams to help study this, because they are so solitary. You know, it's really hard for us to understand how they act in the wild by themselves. We have captive bred tigers, but again, that can't be side with tigers that have been raised, live, and are completely wild, right? So captivity, they have human contact, they're not going to, you know, act the same. But this just does reaffirm the importance of protected areas, especially the nature preserves, where they can continue to have their natural behaviors, and maybe we might see some new things, like maybe we see more footage of this in more recent times. You know, this is something that's brand new, and maybe we just haven't been able to see it before. So another thing that I just kind of want to put down is that very last thing is this can actually help build public empathy and support for tiger conservation. So as news of this spreads, it's like, oh, see, look, an entire family unit. Like, this is something that's really brand new. It can actually, like, spark a bigger conversation. Be like, oh my god, no, we really do have to protect that. Aw, even if it's for, like, 2 seconds of you looking at this and going, oh my god, that's so cute. You know what I mean? Then you kind of, like, think about it more, and then maybe it might spark you to, you know, maybe spread it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, go talk to someone else. You know, just share a really cute picture instead of sharing one of those horrific I live with the tiger in my apartment on TikTok videos, or the guy sleeping inside a tiger cage. It's just, I don't know. People would rather, at least in the animal conservation sphere, would rather you share this picture than cub petting stuff. You know what I mean? And then here we just have the picture blown up. We have the male in the bottom right, then the female, and then her 3 cubs, which I thought were just absolutely adorable. So we're gonna kind of take a weird shift here. Just know it's gonna have its own presentation later on. I know I keep saying this, but the list of stuff that I want to talk about has done nothing but grow in the past few weeks. Alright, so extinction is forever. Conservation is our responsibility. This is something that I don't think a lot of people really consider. Like, we talk about the dodo and the mammoth and stuff like that, but we don't really understand what it could mean for us to lose a species as big as a tiger right now. Like, conservation is important because we don't think of it in the sense of like, oh yeah, no, extinct. Like the mammal, that was the mammoth. That was like 1,000 years ago. We don't care about them. Or like the dodo, that was like not that long ago in terms of like history, which is kind of horrifying. But we could lose a lot, specifically because tigers are so important and they're that umbrella species. They're also that keystone species. Like, right? They hold great significance. So I want to talk about the Minnesota Zoo. This is my own home area zoo. This is one of my favorite zoos. Just to share some pictures real quick and give you something to look at. So they focus on Siberian tiger conservation. They are an AZA accredited safe zoo. They are partners with Tiger Conservation Campaign, which is part of the AZA safe conservation effort themselves. They help fund anti-poaching patrols, conservation science, and habitat protection in the wild on the grounds, specifically in Russia. They also help educate, you know, people here in the Midwest where I'm from. So it's one of the things where we talk about these animals living in the wild, but zoos are so very, very important to help educate people who might not ever run into these animals in their life without having zoos like this. And it helps for education because there's something about being able to see these big cats in person. Not touching, not cub petting, not that kind of bullshit, right? Where they're in a somewhat natural, but still, again, it's a zoo. It's not like you're gonna be in a Jeep in a buggy like out in the middle of a forest, right? That's something else. That's a different kind of thing. But it's something to also spark um you know, I guess excitement for nature and people younger than us. Um it's something that like it's important to get people to understand conservation by having some type of on-hand visual aid with them. And if that means going to a zoo and seeing a bunch of cute animals, you know what? It's there. You know what? I like zoos. I'm sorry. I think there are bad zoos and I think there are good zoos, and we will talk about that. But just note that the Minnesota Zoo is an AZA accredited zoo, which is very, very important. All right, so they're actually part of a breeding program known as an SSP. So they have these in different zoos. They are run by a taxon, which is also known as a TAG group, which is a taxon advisory group through the Association of Zoos and Aquarium, which is AZA. They help manage breeding programs between zoos for tiger conservation, as well as a few others. AZA focuses on Siberian and Sumatran tiger populations. These are the people who kind of know the ins and outs of how to successfully breed big cats in captivity. This is so we have a pure, I guess, bloodline available in case something happens, for instance, like the South China tiger, who is completely extinct in the wild. So we are able to, this isn't actually branching out into like not crypto zoos, cryo zoos, not crypto. I don't know why I'm thinking of crypto zoos. That's different. Bitcoin, anyone? But anyways, so this isn't fully branching out into like cryo zoos like the one in San Francisco that I think just hit like, was it their 100th or 50th they just hit some crazy ass anniversary for keeping crypto zoos. No, isn't that the name? Isn't crypto zoo literally the name of that stupid Logan Paul one that he's being, isn't it crypto zoo? That was his NFT thing. I swear to God, that's what Logan Paul's is called, or was called. Okay, I just might be in some YouTube drama channels that I follow a lot. I swear to God, Logan Paul's is like crypto zoo, and it was supposed to make like NFT animal pictures. No, not that's what I said. Cryptozoology is different. That's the people who study like Bigfoot and weird shit. But crypto zoo, I think, is the NFT that Logan Paul created. I could be wrong. I swear to God, that's what it's called though. That was like the big rug pull that Logan Paul did. And why him and CoffeeZilla have like an actual lawsuit, which I don't know if that actually has a conclusion to yet. I think Logan Paul might have screwed himself recently in that lawsuit. Not 150% sure about that. But anyways, so an SSP is a species survival guide. They don't just have this for tigers. This is for any endangered species. Zoos will come together through tag groups. This is a bunch of experts who run this, who oversee. So those are the people who are like sit at a desk and go like, okay, so we have this tiger here and then like this tiger here. They're this old, so we'll get into like the rating. They have ratings in the stud book. So those are the people who maintain stud books for animals, right? But SSPs are just, this is what they're called. So if you see like, oh, hey, a big breeding program at an AZA, it usually has to do with an SSP and run by a very, I usually call them just very important people, the VIPs, who are, I guess, able to understand who needs to breed with who, which is just really weird to say. But again, this isn't going as far as the cryo zoo. This isn't like taking sperm samples and freezing them, or taking eggs and freezing them for, possible extinction efforts. This is to maintain a healthy, diverse, human, like, led group of animals, right? So they want purebred, genetically good, diverse populations. So not fragmented, not inbred. This is also what is known as an insurance population. So this is what a lot of people say the South China tiger is, which is not true, because their genetic diversity is slowly decaying, like, over time. It's been like 100 years or so, and it's just getting worse. And again, those are the people who are like, oh, we're gonna breed the woolly mammoth and bring it back into the wild. Where the fuck is it gonna go? It's the same kind of idea, like, oh, if we bring the Caspian tiger back, the population is it's non-existent. It's not gonna happen. So this is known as in situ. I think that's how you say it. It's fucking Latin and I hate it. But this isn't like out there work. This is in captivity work that conservation projects are focused on, especially in captivity. Right? So SSPs work. They have a stud book. This is the ancestry genetics. This is like the whole. They even have stud books for like dog breeds and stuff. So if you know anything about that, same kind of thing. This is the Tinder for tigers. Tinder for tigers. There you go. I should have wrote that instead. So this is where zookeepers will actually start to write down behavior, temperament, who they've been bred with, who their grandparents are, that kind of stuff. And the taxon group or the tag group will actually get together and be like, okay, so Minnesota Zoo has, this tiger, and she's finally mature enough to breed. Who do we want to put her with? And she has this genetic diversity. Her grandparents are this. She has been bred before with so-and-so. Like, do we want to breed her again with so-and-so, or do we want to do it again? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they get really in-depth. And, like, I don't have access to the stud book. I do have access to the AZA Tiger, like, guidebook on how to actually have an accredited, established, like, zoo enclosure for a tiger, which we can break down. I don't know if it gets into the stud book. I bet it's accessible. I probably can get my hands possibly on it. Maybe I can deep dive that. It might be interesting to look at. But again, this is where people this is like your matchmakers. And they also plan out ahead. This could be 5, 10, 15 years ahead of time. And it's based off of the species life expectancy. So again, tigers in captivity can live up to 20 years, up to 25. Those are super old. But at a certain point, they're no longer breeding standards. So I think at about 15, that's when they slowly stop to breed, unless it's a male. So tiger specific, maybe other species, right? But just because of how tigers are, this is what I know. Female tigers do not leave their home zoo where they plan to be bred. Male tigers will be brought in. So a male tiger will adjust faster than a female tiger, especially if she has to be bred. She doesn't want to be, moved too much. So a male will come in, breed, and then he will usually stick around for like half a year, 6 months, depending on if there's success in the breeding, and then he'll be shipped back to his home zoo. Which sounds really weird, but that's just how it is. So they have different labels, and it's kind of like a stoplight. So there's red, yellow, and green, and then there's something called a hold. So green is your like rare genes. This is a new bloodline specific, has been noted to be a good breeder before, and will actually help like maybe a very specific zoo's population. This might also be the last remaining bloodline of a very specific, well-known tiger. So it might be like one male of like so-and-so's great grandfather who has this one very specific gene, right? So it leads into like a whole family tree thing. This is kind of hard to explain. And red is like, there's so many of them already. We don't want to breed more of this very specific gene, of this very specific blood lineage. So that's like, oh, hey, you know, I'm just gonna say it. So there was a tiger at the Minnesota Zoo named Putin. So Putin had like hundreds of kids, hundreds of kids. So in his later years, he actually only bred like one or two very specific females at the zoo. So he was slowly being like weaned out because you want to maintain like, again, non-incesty kind of vibes in your population, especially in captivity. And then we're just gonna break it down a little bit further here. So this is the ratings in a stud book. So yellow is if space allows, you can breed just to get a cute cub. You know, again, cubs, small animals. Same thing as like your pseudo sanctuaries, your not so fun roadside zoos. Cubs bring in people. Cubs are very important. But this, they look at if it's available, is it a top priority? You can breed if you want to, but they look at that long-term things like, okay, well, if we wait 2 years, so-and-so with better genes can breed. Do we wait? Sometimes they do yellow, but that's like a very like, not top priority. Again, green is your go-to breeders. These are your well-represented genes, most valuable. Have they had good temperament? Are they good at breeding? Do they fight with everybody? Do they produce, you know, 1 cub per breed? Do they produce 4? You know what I mean? They look at all of these aspects. And then red is don't breed. Red is like they've overrepresented. They're not great. They fight with everyone. They're, you know, 16 years old. They don't have teeth and they want to hurt everybody. Like they look at temperament, they look at health. And it's very important to like just know when to stop. And that's something that I don't think a lot of these roadside zoos understand is you should stop sometimes. You just stop. But anyway, so we do have some SSP successes. They have maintained a genetic health of a captive population. They are enabled to reintroduction research. So this is your rewilding programs, but because they are like United States tigers, they aren't, how do I say this? It's not like Dave Simoni where he's like, hey, we should, okay, so the reason, I don't know if you caught this in the first one, but the reason why I hate this guy, and I think his name is John Vardy, they wanted to bring back tigers to Africa with rewilding programs through a genetic population of these 4 cats. 2 of them died immediately, and the last 2, I think, are still living there. But tigers haven't been in Africa in thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It's not like a wild tiger from Africa wandered his way over to Asia. An ancestor, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, slowly migrated. And that's how we got tigers. And I feel like, again, I'm going to do my own thing on living with tigers, but that was the whole thing, is that they were touting this as like some insane genetic population that they were going to build as a captive population to release back into Africa, which I don't know. I could talk about that for hours, but that's not what we're on right now, so I apologize for my tangent. Anyway, so tigers are also kind of important to the reintroduction because they will look at breeding behaviors of that specific tiger. So specifically, we were talking about Siberian tigers, right? So they will talk to conservation efforts happening in Russia and be like, hey, so we've noticed that this type of, you know, how do I say this? This type of smell helps attract male tigers to this thing. Like, so I don't know if you know this, but tigers actually really, really like perfume. Most big cats do. So part of the enrichment in a zoo might be like spraying perfume on a rock and they'll like hang around it. So one of the things that they talk to in conservation is like, hey, if you want to attract a tiger here and maybe less close to a human population, spray some cologne on a rock. I wish I was fucking lying, but that's real. All right, anyways, so they talk with like actual conservation efforts like on boots and grounds in the forests, in the tundras. And they'll be like, "Hey, so if you hear like this type of, marking, it might be a tiger looking for this kind of mate." Like they're doing like weird ass research with genetics too. So, another thing, because you have soft enclosures, they might take a overly um what's the word? I just brain what's it called? An overly used gene. I'm just going to say it like that. It's not the term I'm looking for. An overrepresented gene, that's the word. An overrepresented gene that we have here like in the States, but we're seeing less and less of that in DNA testing of soft enclosures in Russia. So we might send like an ambassador animal over, and that's not the SSP ambassador animal. I will get to those, but we might send like a tiger over there in exchange for one of their soft enclosure cats. And then that's how we get genetic diversity possibly in the wild. So they might work on rewilding that tiger or cubs from that tiger to reintroduce to wild populations. But we focus mainly on captive ones, so we might need to like trade. If you get what I mean. It's the same thing as like if you're gonna breed pets. Same kind of thing. You gotta reintroduce some good blood lineage, or you're gonna get a lot of genetic anomalies, a lot of genetic diseases, and then you're not going to be able to breed because eventually they're just going to get so sickly that they can't. What the SSP serves as ambassadors, what that means is that tigers are what you go to the zoo to see, what the public wants to go hang out and look at. Oh my god, because you're not going to see that cat ever. Let's be fair. Not everyone's jumping on a plane and hanging out in India or Russia in like the jungle to go see a tiger, right? That's like a 1 in a billion chance that you're going to go do that. This also helps kids get to know these big cats. This also sparks conservation efforts and knowledge in small children. Like we saw those Born Free drawings, right? It helps not only the people who are already aware of tigers, but helps, spark conservation needs in the next generation, which is kind of what we're going to focus on next. And the role of an AZA accredited zoo. So this is what sets high standards for animal welfare and animal care inside of zoos. They have to have some type of conservation involvement, and they have to focus mainly on education of public. So this is not your, hey, come take a picture of a tiger and hear about how tigers in the wild are dying. This is, actually sending funds or training people or having some type of actual conservation involvement. Like, what is the name of that program? I just completely forgot it. I guess training and like with trail cams and stuff like that. They're actually like they have some type of outreach program that volunteers can go and work with. So they usually have some type of involvement with WWF. They usually have some type of involvement with Panthera, something like that along the lines of education. So they also have like up-to-date information on species in conservation. And there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes of a zoo. It's not just about taking care of animals. A lot of times you'll have zoos fund not just the welfare and care of the animals in their zoo, but also send funds to many, many, many different organizations around the world, especially if they're AZA accredited. So there are over 230 AZA zoos. That also includes aquariums. But specifically, over 230 of them participate in tiger conservation messaging. I don't know what that is. What are you? It's a burb. I will hold off on the bird. But yeah, as I said, they partner with field projects. So that's the XC2. I think that's what that one is. I always get those confused. We'll talk about them in a little bit. I do have slides specifically for them, but I think that's XC2. So that is funding off-site projects, but specifically in the conservation regions. You won't also see this for like rhinos and elephants. You'll see this for a lot of marine animals, especially when it comes to the aquarium side of AZA. But yeah, it's important to note that they're also doing conservation efforts outside of the zoo. So specifically, AZA focuses on Amur and Sumatran tiger conservation. I know there are 3 other subspecies that they could be focusing on, but because of the tag group that they have, this is the stud book that they hold. They focus on public donations. They also these are the this is what I was trying to remember. These are the 2 programs that they use. So their field partners are the Wildlife Conservation Society, so that's WCS, and then the Wildlife Trust of India, that's WTI. This is what I was talking about. So they actually pay for like the GPS collars that'll go on a tiger. They'll pay for people to go and hang out with the community. So yes, cat. You're not a tiger. You want to say hello, my skitty? Oh no, my cat just jumped. Okay. All right, calm down. Readjusting. Sorry. But these are the people that actually, be in touch with the communities like we saw in that PBS video. This is the kind of funding that they use to do the XE2 offsite conservation. I do have a giant long thing to talk about with this one, but I might just leave it in the notes. So if you'd like to check it out later, you can. But education matters way, way more than you think. It's one thing for me to sit here and like talk about it versus like actually go and do something about it, which is why zoos are so important, right? So I can show you a picture of a tiger and you might not really care because you're like, yeah, I've seen 10,000 of these. What of it? Versus you actually going to see something with your own eyes, right? So zoos help educate millions about endangered species that they might not even know exist. Many a times I will have someone as I'm standing there at the tiger enclosure just kind of watching, they'll be like, "Oh my god, I've never seen this," or "Oh, did you know?" And they're like actually taking in information. Or they will a lot of times zoos will have like side conservation efforts for like plants or bugs that you might not even know exist or are important. So they do a lot to educate the public specifically about conservation efforts that, if you're already in conservation might not think twice about. This is for people who, haven't really been educated on anything like this or haven't really taken the time to do research on it. Like again, I'm a crazy tiger person. I have spent a lot of time learning about this where I think it's just second nature for me to know this. And I always get shocked when people are like, "Oh my god, I had no idea this was the biggest cat." I was like, "Oh, what? What do you mean?" Which is why, like, even doing this presentation, I had to go back and be like, "Oh my god, people don't know what pug marks are. Oh my god, people don't know what stinky face is." You know what I mean? Like, that's just, like, stuff that I have known since I was, like, 6. It's just really weird for me to, like, kinda scale on, like, who knows what and understand that, like, people don't really not everyone is a weirdo who has, like, 1,000 tiger books that they have read cover to cover 1,000 times, right? So it's important that good zoos are able to educate people who might not be able to see that animal ever in the wild, because let's face it, a trip to the zoo is much cheaper than buying a plane ticket and, having a passport and jumping to a whole nother country to just go see an animal. They also have funding for in situ. I want to say in suit and X suit, and I don't think that's it. I'm just gonna say on-site and off-site programs. I don't know why I didn't just put that, but that's what they're known as, fucking Latin. They also serve as research hubs for animal behavior, veterinary science, and reproduction. So it is important to note that they are doing more to understand, like, if a tiger is hurt in the wild, like, what does that mean? And how do we fix it? So they can look for alternatives rather than, like, tranking a tiger with a hurt paw. Like, how do we do this in field? They also look for animal behavior that's something that they do take into account that it might be occurring in captivity versus out in the wild. But again, because we are having more eyes on animals in the wild, we might take into consideration, okay, maybe this type of enrichment might be good. And we might, change things up on how we go about looking at tigers, specifically with the trail cam footage of like, oh, maybe male tigers do play a role. Maybe reintroducing a male tiger to his cubs might be beneficial. We don't know, but we can test it in a controlled environment and see, if it is safe, if it is something that seems to be beneficial to both the cub and the parent. It's a good way to kind of understand a lot more about an animal than just, oh, there's a picture, you know? It also promotes empathy and awareness, especially in that younger generation, right? So you might take your kid to the zoo and they might be transfixed on a new animal. I don't know if that's what happened to me. I have no fucking clue. I don't know where I learned about tigers. I have no idea. All I know is that at the age of 2, I started talking about them and I never shut up. So that's what happened to me. I don't know if someone took me to the zoo and I just got so enamored with them that it sparked a lifelong love for them, but it's important to note that you need this in the next generation or we will see an extinction happen faster and faster and faster the less people care. So again, on site, I'm not saying I'm not gonna butcher it again. I know it's NC2. But this is conserving them on site, and that doesn't mean on site in the zoo. That means on site in their natural habitat. This is where you get funding. This is where you get training. This is where you get people buying tech. This is a lot of the anti-poaching patrols. This is the habitat restoration. This is where you get the nature reserves and wildlife reserves. This is important because you need to have tigers in their natural ecosystem. It preserves biodiversity alongside them. Again, they are that umbrella species that we keep mentioning. They are the apex predator, which means if they go, everything is going to change. So this also allows them to hunt, roam, and breed naturally because you need animals in the wild. Then you have off-site, so this means outside of their natural habitat. This is at the zoo. This is usually kind of encompasses both zoo breeding programs as well as that cryo zoo thing I mentioned before. This is like the frozen specimen. This is also the rehabilitation centers and sanctuaries. So like if an animal is hurt, we are able to take them in and save them. A lot of times, especially if they are a protected species, sanctuaries are usually where they'll be kept and have some type of low-key human contact. They help preserve genetic diversity in wild populations if that crashes, right? So we're going to send a specimen over, right? So this is the whole world. This isn't just specific to the zoo, right? So they focus on education, research, and awareness for those species. And they offer a safety net just in case something that is critically endangered becomes extinct in the wild. So that's why it is important that we still do have South China tigers available in conservation. But again, it is really hard for us to see, I guess, some effort being put into actually having them go back into the wild. So we need to kind of focus on how well is that safety net actually, doing? You know what I mean? How much is that actually saving a species if worst case scenario happens? Just something to think about. All right, so why are there so many tigers in captivity? Captive tigers outnumber wild ones, and I'm going to reiterate this by saying captive tigers does not mean tigers in zoos. It means Tiger King levels of captive tigers. So captive means human owned, right? So this, I want to reiterate, is kind of like the difference and just kind of, remember we talked about like what tigers need at the very, very beginning of this? So we're going to kind of shift to what do backyard or captive in the sense that it is not an AZA zoo. This is when we're going to kind of branch into that Born Free group that I was talking about before. This is much like PETA, but my cat is scratching on a box. Ignore that. Okay, so this is the difference between a wild tiger and a backyard tiger. And backyard covers roadside zoos, tigers living in, apartment buildings, which is going to be its own project because it happens way more than you'd think. And it's kind of scary how long it has been happening for. So again, we have the size of an ecosystem is insane, right? So they roam anywhere from 20 to 400 square kilometers. Backyard tigers are confined to small enclosures or cages, really tiny. So take an animal that is known to be walking miles and miles and miles a day to pace in a cage. And we will talk about zoochosis next, but I just want to reiterate, zoochosis is not... I say zoochosis isn't real, but zoochosis is not a term that scientists use. It is a term sparked from animal welfare. It is not a term scientists there's no actual disease known as zoochosis. But again, this kind of goes back to behavioral changes in backyard or poorly kept tigers, or just in general animals. So we have behavior. So they are known to hunt, patrol, mark territory. In backyard tigers, they often pace. They show signs of boredom. They're often like sitting and not doing anything. But again, I've had many a conversation with people while I'm at a zoo. It's like, oh, why are they always sleeping? And you have to reiterate, well, they're nocturnal or diurnal animals, which means unless you're going to come here at the crack ass of dawn, they're not going to be up. So do you want to be running around chasing things at noon in 110 degrees? Okay, no. Now put a sweatshirt and a trash bag over you and then do it, because you're covered in fur and like you want them to do what? Like, it's just I've had so many conversations with people not understanding naturally occurring behaviors, and that is something that, like, again, that's why I have a beef with like zoochosis, because a lot of times they'll be like, oh, they're showing zoochosis because a tiger's like kind of walking back and forth. So I have one just kind of like side tangent story. So I know, because I've been through a lot of like the behind the scenes at the Minnesota Zoo stuff. So there's like a trail that goes from like the underground like enclosures, which are like built into this hill, and there is a road that is not accessible to us, the public, but is accessible to as well the zookeepers and like the staff there, like the back staff there. So they usually drive like little four-wheelers or like little trucks and stuff like that behind it. And a tiger, like their enclosure hits just at that right peak, right? So there's a hill that goes up it. And there's a peak that the tiger can see. So it's looking down at this road that we can't see because the part that the public gets to have is so far away that we don't get to see it. But you'll see the tiger pacing back there because he can hear the Jeeps going back and forth, or like the little trucks going back and forth. And there's like sometimes construction or like some type of renovation or something happening. Because again, it's all happening behind the scenes. We aren't supposed to see that, but the cats can see that because that's where they go at night, right? So they're peeking because they have access to it. And so I always have these people being like, oh, they're so bored. Look at how much they're pacing. Oh, he really wants to like, leave, and he just needs to get out of this cage. And I'm like, do you not hear the construction happening? Do you not see, like, because you can usually see the top of these little trucks drive by, and I'm like, do you not see the stuff happening over there? And they're like, oh, I guess you'd want to look at that. And it's insane to me that they're so instant to jump to like zoochosis and, oh, it must be a bad zoo. And it's just like, I've seen horrible zoos. I have seen some shit, okay? Like, I understand the benefit of having a term for animal welfare known as zoochosis, but like, just because an animal is pacing back and forth does not mean that they're in like a distressing situation. If they're like kind of teetering back and forth, yeah, if you see mental signs, yes, but like stupid people. That's all I have to say is stupid people. Anyways, so the diet, again, AZA zoos actually feed like better than what I can buy level of food. So, uh, this is another thing that I just want to point out. So, um, this is kind of like perfectly, if you've seen Tiger King, which we will cover, but there is a very specific scene where they open up a back of a truck and it is full of room temperature, if not rotten, leftover Walmart meat. Like that's a roadside zoo diet for a tiger or chicken. So chicken is like a Big Mac for a cat. Just want to point that out. But so we went over the natural prey, right? Big deer, big boar, buffalo, right? And then you get pre-cut meat, often without enrichment. That is part of a backyard zoo. So they don't really push the hunting instinct. It's not something that you really want unless you're planning on doing a rewilding program. But a lot of times food is part of enrichment as a treat in an AZA zoo. It's not touted as you need to do something. You need to perform a trick in order to eat. That's not what's going to happen. So the meat that they get is like prime fillets. I wish I was kidding. So they eat like Michelin star level meals. It's kind of insane. Like if you've talked to zookeepers who actually work at an AZA zoo, they get fed. Their animals get fed probably better than them. I know tigers eat better than I do. In an actual accredited zoo. So yeah, so cheaper cuts of meat are going to be at your pseudo sanctuaries and your backyard zoos. So that's your Tiger King opening, trash bins full of expired meat, and it's usually chicken. So chicken is not part of their diet usually. It is some type of beef, and it's usually some prime fillet high-end cut of beef. It's not like, oh, here's a half a pig, here you go, right? Like you'd be shocked how well AZA animals actually eat. Health, usually naturally have fitness, of course. They are running. They are actually injured in the wild, of course, and comparing that to what people assume is fat, stressed, and overbreeding in captive tigers, which again, captive, backyard. And a lot of people get confused. So same thing for like your little house cat is so they have that little pouch on their tummy. That's actually so they don't get their innards ripped out. I don't know how many people actually know this. The little pouch on your house cat is actually a evolutionary thing. It is a fat storage. So if they do get into a fight, they don't get their stomach ripped out and then proceed to die. But not many people know that actually occurs in wild animals as well. So you'll see a lot of times in like well-fed animals that happens. But you can also see that in the wild too. It is that little pouch does happen. So the social structure, again, solitary, choose mates, pseudo sanctuaries and backyard zoos, they have forced contact with other tigers and humans. Sometimes, I don't know if you've ever seen those. I'm not going to post them here because I despise them, but there's like, oh, hey, a mom tiger lost all of her cubs, so we stuck pigs in tiger print and let her have cubs, air quote cubs, or tiger raised by lab, which doesn't fucking make any sense. Or do you see those pictures of like tigers living with chimps and other apes and then lions, and they're all in one big conglomerate of nothing, or bears, and it doesn't make any goddamn sense. So a lifespan of a wild tiger again is 10 to 15 years unless there is human intervention. And of course, we have backyard tigers live from 20 to 25, but that is often with poor quality of life and because they're being kept alive by humans. They don't want their money to, I guess, go to waste, right? Why spend $4,000 on a tiger when it's gonna die? So this is zoochosis, right? So we have a term that describes abnormal, repetitive behavior seen in animals held in captivity. Again, this is not an actual psychological term. There's no medical diagnosis behind this. This is a term used specifically in animal welfare speech. This is especially used in terms of zoos and circuses, because you're not going to see this behavior in well-kept animals. This is why people kind of stretch that zoochosis to all animals in captivity, and this is the part where I don't believe in, because it was created by Born Free. So this is a group that we'll talk about next. But it is a term used to basically say all captive bred animals suffer from zoochosis because they are so bored not living in their natural habitat. Do I think zoochosis happens in poor captivity? In a sense, yes. I mean, if you look at even humans, they suffer psychologically behind bars and being kept in insane conditions. Does it happen just in generally being kept in a cage? Yes, because you don't have, stimuli, and that can happen in any sense of the term, but it is not like because you're behind bars, living in captivity, living this like just physically the bars being there is going to lead to zoochosis. It's not, because there's a lot that zookeepers have done recently in terms of conservation, specifically in captive bred, that we have enrichment and stuff like that. They care about the animals, and it's when people misunderstand what zoochosis actually is. So it's when you see like pacing, head bobbing, or swaying. So that's why I said, like, even if you see one animal just kind of like pacing back and forth, it might not mean zoochosis. They have to show other signs of some type of stress. So that is when self-mutilation comes in, which again, you might not see because you're really far back, specifically in like certain zoos. But if you're up close and personal with those animals, you will see them. Especially if you're doing like cub petting or, taking pictures with like certain animals, you can actually see signs of this. This is like over grooming or biting marks, or like if there's like claw marks and stuff like that because they've been like over scratching or over biting themselves. This can also lead to aggression and withdrawal. Again, it might not be zoochosis. This is not a medical diagnosis, but this is known to be caused by lack of stimulation, restricted space, and loss of natural behaviors such as hunting, roaming, or socialization. A lot of times they use this in the terms of tigers because they have such a large territory that they are used to naturally wanting to like walk and roam, that they develop zoochosis faster because they are confined to a fraction of what they would have in the wild. And a lot of times, I say take this with a grain of salt. It's much like it's not propaganda, but it's very close to something that you have to kind of make sure that there's a meaning behind it. No, not the sillies. No. Hi, dearie. How are you? But as I was saying, just note, take this with a grain of salt. It was developed by Bill Travers, I believe that's how you say his name, and his wife Virginia McKenna. So this was all made for a group called Born Free, which I don't have insane problems with, but it is much like PETA, where they are very extreme in animal welfare. I'm blabbing. We haven't really gotten too far ahead of where I would like. We are 60% of the way through. All right, so let's talk about Bill, right? So he's the creator of Born Free. He has done a lot of animal welfare movements. He started Born Free. This is huge. He started as an animal rights activist after, I guess, being an actor for several years. It's really weird. His story is like kind of insane. I could do a deeper dive on him. But yeah, so in 1922 to 1994, he was an actor, writer, and passionate animal rights activist and animal welfare activist. This is why I'm saying you have to understand the difference between animal rights and animal welfare. So animal rights is PETA. They're the people who want animals to have rights. These often come with like, oh, they believe animals deserve X, Y, and Z. And it's usually way, way more than animal welfare. Animal welfare activists want animals to have certain standards of living so they aren't harmed or come into contact with, I guess, certain. Well, I don't even know how to say this. They have standard of living that animals have. And then animal rights activists take that another step forward and say they have the right to X, Y, and Z. I can do like a whole thing. I just assume that everyone knows the difference between animal rights and animal welfare. If you don't, I can kind of get into it further, but I'm going to assume that most people do understand that. If not, I am so sorry. That is one of the things my brain kind of fizzles out because I assume everybody knows this because I've known this since I was little. But yeah, so anyways, they filmed a movie called Born Free, which is about a guy and his wife raising 3 orphaned lion cubs in a national park in Kenya. Which I don't even know how to begin that one. This is just, so it was actually a book series, I believe. And then he wrote the screenplay for it, I believe, and then actually starred in it along with his wife. And after witnessing some horrible stuff happen to a elephant named Pulpul in a zoo, this inspired him to kind of become an animal rights activist. And he coined the term zoochosis and the failures of captivity, which again, I want to point out, this was 1960s. This was a long time ago. Mind you, let's remember that only one tiger subspecies has been completely extinct at this point, right? So we still had the 70s and 80s to save 2 tigers at this point. Right, but you have to remember, like, he's talking 1960s animal rights activists. So this is very little animal conservation happening at this time. So I think the term zoochosis might have held more weight back then because you didn't see a lot of animals in naturally occurring spaces in zoos. You had legit bars, cement floor with maybe a painted background. Like you had so I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. You had such a separation between animal and man that people didn't really understand that animals can suffer, right? So this is the spark of like, oh, maybe animals can feel things. Oh, maybe animals actually do have feelings, right? So some people still believe that like lobsters and crabs don't feel things because they're sea bugs and from hell and I hate them. But like, you know, that I think they can feel pain, possibly. I don't know. I think anything you boil alive can feel pain, but just a feeling, you know? Just a thought. But again, this is 1960s conservation. This is very long ago. This isn't exactly like now. So take what I say with a grain of salt, but know that this was a term used, and it very much so might be a term of its time. So the fact that it is still used to this day, it might not bleed out into other captivity, and which I think is a lot of times Born Free likes to kind of paint a wide picture of like every animal in captivity feels this and every animal in captivity does this. But it is very important to note that this came out in 1960, right? This term has not been backed by any science, like actual psychological studies on animals, perhaps. You know, it's not an actual term used in animal captivity other than animal welfare activists using it to advocate for poorly developed zoos and roadside attractions, which I wish they would focus on more, but you do have that split between people not understanding what they mean versus like what they think, right? Again, and also this is very like UK European zoo sparked, right? Because he was British, so this kind of bled out into, I guess, PETA, and it kind of went running with them as well. So you do have the whole PETA side that may have incorporated a lot of old-timey animal rights activist phrasing before PETA was sparked, I believe, in the 80s? I don't remember. I tend to ignore everything about PETA because I absolutely hate them, but that's for another time. Anywho, so Born Free focuses on mainly wanting 0 captive animals and more naturally occurring sanctuaries. So they want more free land for animals and less animals behind bars, essentially. But I do have the trailer for Born Free movie because I think it's kind of important to see the time and where Bill got his start from. So get ready for a blast from 1966. It is a product of its time, but I think it's important to see how far animal conservation and animal rights and animal welfare has come. So just remember, he is the reason why we have the term zoochosis. And I don't know if any animals were hurt, but just know these lions I don't think they're actors. I'm just, we're just gonna watch it, and then I guess you tell me what you think, because I have a lot to say, but it's gonna be a rambling mess of anger. So okay, it should be down quite a bit, but here we go. It's gonna be loud.
This
turn it up a little bit.
Strangest adventure ever lived.
Let me know if it's too loud.
The most exciting true story ever told. Born Free. Joy Adamson's fascinating adventures in Africa with Elsa the lioness has enthralled over 50 million readers in 21 different languages. Now the book and all its wonders has been filmed entirely in Africa where it happened, and an exciting, unique motion picture is born.
So this is Bill's wife, remember? And there's Bill.
Born free, with the sky as its roof, the wide, savage jungle as its uncaged habitation. Born to hunt.
How dramatic.
Born to kill. Born free, born wild.
Don't I remember the father was a man-eater? You don't believe that man-eating is an inherited trait, do you?
Okay, I want to point this out because they really actually believed this back then. That this is why they would actually like terminate. And I know this is just like a random ass fact that I'm just kind of like randomly throwing out, right? So they actually used to believe that because one tiger or like one animal used to eat man, that they would develop a taste for man, right? So that goes back to Champawat and Jim from like 1907, right? So that's why people would like call in these poachers or hunters and like try and get rid of the man-eater, because once a tiger's eaten man, then he's going to keep doing it again and again and again. So they thought that even cubs or offspring would also develop a taste for man. So I just want to point that out, that like even in 1966, this idea was still here. Anyways, back to the...
Elsa was one of 3 orphaned cubs. She was the one they adopted and reared as one would rear a loved and loving child. Then, at the height of their happiness, the blow fell.
The point is, I'm afraid, that you can't keep Elsa any longer. I'm sorry, but I think you've got to find some zoo that will take her.
I don't want her to go to a zoo. I want to set her free.
You can't be serious. You'd be sentencing her to death.
What happens when you tame an animal to the point of danger to the animal itself? When you raise it with love, then must train it to kill, to survive the ruthless jungle.
Look, by now, it's perfectly obvious she can't make it. She can't fend for herself. She can't mix with her own kind. She can't do anything a wild lion must do to survive. What's wrong with a zoo, anyway?
Nothing, except that she won't be free.
And is freedom so important?
Yes. Yes. She was born free, and she has the right to live free.
I just want to point out that they have the most non-believable animal family ever. Sorry. Anyways. Oh, got it restarted. Okay, anyways. Okay. I know that was about lions, but I just wanted to point out that that's where Born Free got its start from. So that's why I kind of like if I was gonna hold them in a barrel, they'd be like very close with PETA, you know what I mean? It's the best way I can explain them. So just be kind of careful on what you take in, especially with Born Free and PETA, because they might be a little bit more extreme than you think. So just keep that in mind moving forward. Because they go with the free should be insanely free. Even if that is to the detriment of said animal. That's why I'm like, I think it's really important to discuss that, because rewilding is a lot of what conservationists have talked about. And it's like, can we take a captive bred tiger and put him in the wild? Well, we do see that if you have an orphan, like Zolushka, which is why I thought it was really important that I brought her up early, rewilding can happen. But there was little human intervention at the beginning. They kept her in a soft enclosure. They kind of made sure she was safe. They raised her enough. They fed her meat, and then they sent her out, right? They didn't have her living in a bungalow in Africa playing with her with a ball. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between captive and actually captive, which I think is important to note. And there's a level of, are they meant to be born free, or is it, are they going to have to exist in captivity in some extent? So I digress. I thought it was just important to kind of note that. So again, just going to kind of cover the numbers as we lead into more, I would say, US and captive base speaking. We're going to get to some pretty heavy topics coming up shortly. I just want to reiterate, sad is coming. Very sad stuff. So this is the level of like Tiger King we're going to head towards, and a lot more fucked up shit. But again, about 4,000 tigers left in the wild globally. And there are over 7,000 captive tigers in the US alone. Many are unregistered, so that number might be closer to 10,000. It might be less. We don't know. It's illegal, so why the hell are you going to register? You know what I mean? There's a lot of secrecy about this. And the important thing is that there are more tigers living in cages than there are in the wild. And this is the one thing that I do agree with Born Free. I don't think that should be how we exist. I don't think that there should be more captive bred tigers. I think that's insane. But it's the world we live in. So true conservation, it isn't just about the numbers, it's about the purpose. I would prefer less captive bred tigers and that number stay the same in the wild. I think we need to look at the lives that a lot of these captive tigers are living, how short and brief they might be depending on who owns you. But I also do think it's important to note that that number has been kind of had some pushback. And I do say this in the sense that that is like registered and like that's how much the government has assumed based off of data that they have. So that's sites and traffic. That's a lot of data, and a lot of times they're like, "Oh no, it's actually closer to like 5K or it's closer to like 2K," and those numbers are bloated. It's not. If you look at how the captive industry works, and I say this in the sense that illegal captivity, we're talking illegal captivity now when I mention this. It's a numbers game. And it's really about breeding for profit more so than breeding for conservation. And that's the difference that we're headed towards. Right, so we have the captive industry, which is the shift to roadside zoos, cub petting, exotic pet trade, and what I deemed as pseudo sanctuaries, which is Doc Antle's Myrtle Beach Safari. And I air quoted that because I hate him so much. Sorry. Like, okay, Joe Exotic is one thing, Carol Baskin is one thing, Doc Antle. I hate that man. I hate him so much. I'm sorry. Whew. Alright, so this is where people pay for that once in a lifetime experience to hang out with animals. This is where you get up close and personal with them, where you really shouldn't, because at that point it is more for entertainment over education. As much as they tout themselves as a conservation group or organization, they are breeding animals for profit. Specifically, I'm just going to talk about tigers, but elephants, chimps, lions, bears, like wolves, those all fall into this once in a lifetime experience, right? So I got to hold a wolf cub. I got to take a picture on the back of an elephant. That kind of stuff. This is what we're going to talk about. So Tiger King, though sensational, though flooded everybody's Netflix and, meme culture, it exposed abuse practices that I knew about since I was younger. And it is insane to me that, like, not everyone was super against it. And that's the thing that shocked me more than anything. So if you were in any sense, knew me at all from when I was like super young to like college era, every paper was about tigers. Every time I could talk about a research thing, it was about tigers, to the point that my teachers would assign me other animals just so I would shut the fuck up about tigers. Low key, I hate elephants because my one teacher, so in 3rd grade, I'm just going to kind of side tangent this because I think it's interesting. So in 3rd grade, we always had, it was known that you're going to do some big animal project, right? This was the big research project, that this is where they taught you how to like read library books and like learn how to like put it into a giant presentation, kind of like what I'm doing now. So I guess fuck you, 3rd grade teacher. Anyways, so you randomly got picked an animal and I knew tiger was in the list and I begged for it and I got fucking elephant. And let me tell you how upset I was, because as much as I love other animals, I never, ever have liked elephants or rhinos or like hippos. I don't know why. I don't care. Like it's not like I fucking despise them. I'd rather be talking about tigers. I don't know why. Like, don't get me wrong, they're cute. They held their place in the circle of life, right? But the disappointment my 3rd grade self had when I got elephant, monumental. I still remember some facts from that, like the difference between an African and an Asian elephant and like the different tusks and like, oh my god, it scarred me, quite literally. And the person who got tiger did such a shit tier job, I actually started interrupting them to tell them how wrong they were, and my teacher had to remove me from the classroom. I was a little shit, but I just wanted to point out that, like, I knew about this because, oh, this has been my life, so just know that. Okay, so let's talk about How a dweeble just showed up. Oh, that's what a dweeble is. Okay, anyways. The reality of poor captivity. So, I'm saving all the pictures for later just because I wanted like a little tiny like, uh-oh, they're coming. So, I'm gonna take a sippy sip. Hold on 1 second. My rant is starting to hurt my throat. Okay, so we're gonna talk about captive tigers that are rarely reintroduced to the wild. I kind of mentioned that before, where like these roadside zoos are not here for actual conservation efforts. They're not here working with the Indian government to rewild the captive bred Bengal tigers, right? That's not happening. They don't know these people. And again, we're gonna talk about living with tigers on its own, which is part of a documentary that came out during Project Cat on Discovery and Animal Planet. But again, we'll cover that on its own presentation. I might take a small stretch break here because I do see an ad playing. I'm just going to kind of half ramble for a second. I feel like if I read this off like a paper, it's going to sound boring as hell. Dweeble escaped. Not the dweeble. Boo. Okay. Welcome back. Okay, so back to captive tigers being reintroduced to the wild. So rewilding efforts, if done at all by these places, are often poorly done to the detriment of the animals or mismanaged for profit. For example, this is what we're going to talk about with Living with Tigers documentary, and I'm going to air quote documentary because it's not really a documentary. So that was tigers trying to be reintroduced to Africa, which was just a ploy for publicity. Let's be real. This also kind of coincides with fragmentation in the wild. When a population of animals becomes inbred, they aren't able to sustain themselves for long without repercussions to health and longevity. This does happen in captivity because, let's face it, eventually you're not going to have fresh blood to mix with. Just eventually, right? That is not just with tigers, that is any captive bred animal, that is any, like, it goes down even to pets and fish, and you know what I mean? It's not just captive bred tigers having this problem. So another thing that happens, they are declawed. I don't know if this is done much anymore in the sense that it's done by like zoos. I know it's not done by accredited zoos. That would be fucking insane. But back in the day, declawing actually came from declawing circus animals, if you didn't know that. So if you got your cat declawed, it actually started off by lions and tigers getting declawed so they wouldn't hurt and scratch circus performers. Little did you know. I don't think that's happening too much anymore. Again, I think a lot of people are actually even turning away from getting their house cats declawed. So I don't think that's actually being performed as much. I haven't deep dived that in a hot second. It just makes me too damn depressed. But that was to make sure that they were safer. Also, this goes back to cubs getting declawed so they could be used for entertainment purposes and a source of revenue for the owner. Often, so I'm going to touch on this now. So the crossbreeding thing, this also has to coincide with ligers and white tigers. So white tigers is something that I'm not really going to talk about now. I will cover it later because it's important to note how actually effed up it is to get a white tiger and why having so many of them in entertainment is a problem. So white tigers are genetic anomalies that happen in 1 in 13 if the gene is present, which is only present in Bengal tigers and a very subset of that. And you if you that's if you're lucky, it's 1 in 30. And that's if they're healthy. Remember, tigers have anywhere from 2 to 4 cubs because it's just known that they're going to thrive. Sometimes, even with your pets, babies just don't thrive. That happens even in humans. And I know that's really weird to say, but like just there is a fault where it's like you just didn't have a chance to thrive. It just happens, right? And because it is related to genes, there is so much inbreeding with Bengal tigers to get that white tiger that it's going to be its own presentation. And even leaning into crossbreeding, it's not for conservationists. And as much as they want to say that they're doing it for conservation, it is purely for entertainment and nothing else. Right? So you're not going to create a man-made species and send it out into the wild. Where is it going to go? It doesn't have any natural home to go to. So the fact that you're going to say, oh, I'm conserving a species by breeding a tiger and a lion together. What species are you conserving? Where did they come from? You made that. It just doesn't make sense. And anyone who does that, Doc Antle, I'm looking at fucking you. You're a liar. I'm just saying. It's not real. Okay? It's not real and it really bugs me. But these animals are bred for entertainment and private ownership, usually. We'll deep dive into I guess that a little bit further. But going back to ligers and tigons, I don't know if you know this, is like if it's a female lion and a male tiger, it's a liger, and if it's I don't remember which way it is. I don't like talking about these ones. But Doc Antle has a really famous one that he touted. I believe he passed away. His name is Hercules, and he is a liger, and I believe he lived to be like 20 something. I don't remember. But again, if you've seen ligers, you've probably seen Hercules with Doc Antle not too far behind him. So again, I just want to reiterate, they are bred for entertainment and private ownership. They are not going to rewild these animals, especially the crossbreeding ones, because they have nowhere to fucking go. And then if you think about it, a lot of these places aren't working hand in hand with conservation efforts. They're not sending their money anywhere. It is fueling, entertainment. They're keeping their business afloat. They're making money by selling training and using the animals themselves via cub petting, photo ops, ticket sales, and it's not zoos that are looking for those animals, right? So they have their own breeding program. They have their own stud books. They have their SSPs. They aren't looking at Joe Exotic's GW Zoo to go find new bloodlines of Bengal tigers. That's not happening. It's other people who want to own tigers or big cats. It's other pseudo zoos. It's other roadside establishment who want to own a new cub, want to own another tiger. And they often end up in sanctuaries where they're going to be in captivity for the rest of their life, unfortunately. And there's only a finite space that these sanctuaries have available, which is unfortunate. So a lot of times you'll have the government come in and capture or take all of these animals, and we'll talk about a few instances later on that are absolutely horrifying and point out just how bad the captive problem is, specifically here in America. But it's a lot of times it's fake nonprofits that are trying to drum up conservation money and then spending it on their own businesses and keeping their own animals alive and kind of fueling the monster that is behind this. So a lot of people think that like, oh, just because I had a picture with a tiger, it's not really hurting anyone, and I'm paying for the tiger to eat, so technically I'm helping the tigers. It's a cycle that either people understand is animal abuse or they don't. And there's a lot of, I guess, moral ambiguity that comes with this. Same thing with the illegal tiger trade in China. There's a lot of, well, that person just wants to feed that tiger and they really care about their animals. But if you look at it, it's just a means to an end sometimes. And then a lot of times, you don't understand what's happening behind the scenes. You're too focused on, oh well, I got to pet a tiger and the tiger looked healthy, and you don't know what a healthy tiger looks like. Let's be fair. Do you think the average person knows what a healthy tiger looks like? I sure as hell don't think so. They're not weirdos like me. I'm just saying, they're not freaks like me. And a lot of times they'll be like, well, because it like, it has a shiny coat and clear eyes, which is one thing I'll point out, but in a review later on. But no, sometimes that doesn't mean jack shit. And it also fuels this FOMO thing. Specifically, we'll talk about that with Tiger King, with FOMO, the fear of missing out, I was like, oh, hey, well, my friend got a picture with a tiger, and I didn't know I could do that literally 20 minutes from my own house. Why don't I go do that? And it's a lot of like pings on social media, like who doesn't want to like the picture of the person hanging out with the tiger? And you know what I mean? It gets a lot of views. And that's another thing that like social media has kind of fueled this monster even further. But again, we'll cover that a little bit deeper. This is just kind of like a really quick cover. All right, so just a fun little thing that I wanted to point out. A caged tiger is a ghost of the wild, beautiful but broken. And we're gonna kind of like pull it back. We're gonna fly back to circus era. Just I want to cover one person that I thought was really important. This person is real. The book is fiction. I want to point this out. We're gonna talk about Mabel Stark. And if you like reading like fiction, non-fiction-y, real life stories about crazy people who lived a long time ago, I highly recommend this book. So her real name was Mary Ann Haney. She was a crazy hillbilly from Kentucky, and she was a female tiger trainer, I believe the very first one, who started off as being I think it's a burlesque dancer, or just a dancer at the circus in the early 1900s, and she performed in the Ringling Brothers Circus with Bengal tigers. She's known for being in the cages with multiple tigers, and I believe she does have a few instances where she actually did become injured from the tigers, but she didn't die from a tiger. She's also known for kind of being really crazy in the sense that before this she had, before it was proper, she had 4, 5 husbands, I believe, and had a spout in a few mental institutes. But her career kind of focused on, the before conservation. And I thought it was really important to just kind of note this, that it has been happening since the 1900s. Specifically, like we used to have circuses, right? And we've kind of gotten away from that because I don't even know the last time I've seen a circus in town. I think there's one, but it's like a dog show kind of vibe. Like there's no actual animals other than like dogs and I think a cat. I don't really know. I've never been to a circus before in my life. But this is when big cats were used as more of a tool to bring in people and drive ticket sales and entertainment, kind of like what we're seeing with Tiger King and that kind of private ownership now. It's just less big shows. It's not the big top coming in. And this happened way before conservation, because remember we had 1907. This is when Jim finally turned to conservation, and then we had 1966 is when we had a really big push, specifically for tiger conservation and conservation in general. So I just want to kind of show some more about her. This is her kind of like last little pictures with her of tigers. Just wanted to show these because this woman is crazy. But I love this book. So this was a book written by, where the hell is his name? Robert Hugh. It's a really good book. It again it's fiction. It is fiction, but it is based off of a real person. So if you do some research behind it, you can see it's not that far-fetched, but it just kind of shows how insane she might be. A Vaporeon? I guess I will catch it. I guess I'll attempt it. Okay. Anyways, so it kind of covers her kind of outlandish life in the book. I highly recommend it if you want to read something kind of weird, kind of out there. It's very of its time. Like it kind of shows of its time, right? You wouldn't see Mabel today. This is essentially Joe Exotic of back then. Maybe less insane, less politically motivated and less crazy, but this is very much like a very eccentric woman of her time working with tigers. So I just wanted to kind of like do a little shout out if you want some reading material in the tiger conservation era, specifically like the transformation of conservation of circuses to conservation. So yeah. We got times are changing. So in the 1900s to about the 1970s, we had tigers in circuses. They were the main attraction of most circuses, I would say, tigers and lions and bears, oh my. They were forced performers. They were profit over welfare. People really didn't care about that. Right? We didn't see that until about 1966, especially with the Born Free guy, right? We got Bill. They were mainly exotic pets, and there was little to no oversight with how those tigers in captivity were maintained, tracked, laws saying that it was good or bad, right? And literally nothing before 1970. So we had the 1973, 4, and 5 years that had like major changes. That's with CITES, traffic, and the Endangered Species Act. So this is about 2020s to present day. Tigers are an endangered icon. This happened about the 90s, right? So we had 1986 that tigers actually hit the red list as an endangered species, but to this day they are known. And if you think of an endangered species, usually tiger is one of the top ones that you'll think of. We do focus on natural behaviors rather than as performers. There is a great leap in ethics and education behind them. We no longer see them as a for-profit means. At least most of us don't. And then in most recent laws, we had the Big Cat Public Safety Act. Excuse me, I would just call it the Big Cat Safety Act. Yeah, that passed recently, which really changed how we have private ownership in big cats, specifically here in the United States. So why does this matter? So we remember performers like Maple Stark for their daring, but we really no longer see tigers as props. They were entertainment, and that really drove public fascination with tigers, but we have changed to more of a conservation effort. We've evolved. We really have. And today we have a higher level of responsibility and admiration towards these animals. They want meaningful connection and not exploitation, and that's a big thing. Is I think people are starting to recognize exploitation when they see it. I think it's skewed a little bit, especially with Tiger King, but I do think that even if you do go as far as to believe stuff from PETA and Born Free and the more animal rights sphere, that you do see the exploitation and some things that people say aren't as far-fetched as, oh, circus animals were abused back in the day. I think it's more believable that like, oh yeah, no, maybe we shouldn't keep tigers in like a 4x4 cage. It's not good. It's not good for anybody. They do have wild beauty, and I believe that has changed to a lot of conservation effort, as in they don't belong in cages and spotlights. They belong in the wild. I think a lot of people have gone away from watching, and we have the lovely picture of Siegfried and Roy down there with their white tigers, which that's going to be a whole goddamn project. But yeah, we want to see tigers in more natural spaces versus the big top and, under, I guess, stage lights. We've kind of changed from that. All right, this is when we're gonna kind of change. This is the extra red flag. This is when we're gonna change to kind of like a very fucked up thing, right? So this is when I'm gonna kind of lean towards why are we supplying and demand, right? So we've talked about how we're talking about conservation. Well, we have to talk about China again and its demand for tiger parts. And this is the important part. And this is what I want to reiterate as like this is an overall yeah, you heard white tigers? Yeah. We're going to do an entire presentation on white tigers by itself. But right now we're talking about tiger parts. So if there is a need, why not supply the demand? And that is the big pushback that a lot of conservationists are having against tiger farms. And this is the big thing, is because there's no oversight on legally produced, and I air quote legally produced, tiger parts. So China has gotten through the loophole of illegal poaching. So no longer are they taking wild cats out of the wild. They are now producing them themselves. But the issue with this comes, and it's kind of sidelined because now they have tiger farms, right? So people want, how do I say this? And this has been an issue since I was a kid, so 30 years ago. So because there is a medicinal quality to tigers that people believe in, right? Traditional medicine. If it is farmed, do they actually want a product that has a farmed quality or a farmed origin, right? So people are still going to poach because they want a tiger, not because, oh, it says tiger, oh, it's a tiger. They want the wild, pure, powerful creature that they see stalking through the woods, right? It's the sense of like, do they want grass-fed or do they want like the real deal? And that's where I think even with tiger farms, you see that, well, okay, but it's the same as a cow, and it's really not. At least as far as I'm concerned, I don't believe it's the same as like, oh, it's a cow. So we're going to talk about Chinese tiger farms. So they are large-scale commercial facilities that breed tigers in captivity in the hundreds. They are not stacked up in cages, but they are like pumped in. I don't know how to explain it. Like, you'll see some pictures, and it's just like they're living on top of each other. They aren't. It's not. I don't know how to explain it. Give me a second. This one hurts me. These aren't like sanctuaries, and a lot of times they'll call them like preserves, and they'll have like some underground bullshit. They're often described as for research and conservation, but honestly, it's a factory farm. It's a factory farm for tiger parts, which is unfortunate because there's anywhere from 5,000 to 6,000 tigers in tiger farms just in China, and other countries also do this. I just focus on China because that's where the major ones are, because that's where the tigers are being sent to. So this is where they start to kind of blur the lines between conservation and exploitation. This is where like, well, they're legally coming into, the hands of the medicine producers, which is like, the debate behind this hurts me because I feel like it should be no debate whatsoever. I don't know why you'd manufacture tiger pieces. It's really weird to me, but again, I don't have that cultural background. I don't believe in this type of traditional medicine. And maybe it means something to someone, but so does saying it. You know what I mean? So I could say this pill has tiger parts in it and it doesn't, but I don't know. Maybe it means something to someone else. And I guess that's where the debate comes in. But the problem is that when you have enforcement of laws that has supposedly been around, like, so China banned tiger bone trade. So a lot of times tiger bones are ground up and put into pills for people to take, or ground up and put into teas and different balms and stuff that you can like rub on your body and stuff like that. But this is the loophole that they created. So instead of naturally going out and poaching these cats, they just, shoot them in a barrel essentially. And and it's been a loophole since 1993. And in 2018, they actually loosened the laws on farm tiger parts by actually changing some terminology, and I don't have it here. I have a link to it, so I'd have to look it up again, but this is something I wanted to deep dive in a bit further instead of just touching on it real quick here, but the way they went about it is they changed terminology to essentially say as long as you aren't breeding them for profit in the sense that you are going to do it, they kind of coincided it with other animal in traditional medicine. It's the best way I can put it, but again, the terminology is so vague that the way they changed it, I'm just kind of like, what? I'm not a lawyer. I don't really know, but I'd have to deep dive that, and I'd like to in a separate presentation because I think this is a wider conversation that we need to have. Specifically, this is just to, in case you didn't know, they're farming tigers for parts, and they created another loophole just recently in 2018. So, tigers are used for bone wine. They are used for rugs and decor, and other parts are used for different traditional medicines. They each part has like a different meaning, and that's what that picture was previously, which I'll bring up again. So like for some reason the fur of a tiger is a centipede repellent, which I don't know how. Sure. But if you consume this, it was supposed to help different pieces. So like the eyes are supposed to help with epilepsy and malaria and nervousness. And then if you eat the brain, you're not going to be lazy or have acne. And it's just, there's a whole bunch of different lists on what they produce and what they make off of this. And again, this is sourced by Traffic. I don't know if you can see it down there in the corner. So this is the watchdog, remember. These are the people who are actually, seeing where these parts are going. So just know that this is, I would say, a trusted source because it is Traffic, right? I'm not going to just post anything and everything, but just note it's from Traffic. So those are the watchdogs. This is one of the things that Traffic has been kind of focusing on in recent years, is trying to shine the light on tiger farms. So, sad picture ahead. Very sad picture. This is your warning. Very sad pictures coming up. Okay. So when I say farm and when I say captivity, this is what I mean. They are kept in like cement cages and just fed like fish in a barrel. Like they are just fattened up and then terminated for their pieces. I don't know how to say that. But it's just this is what a tiger farm looks like, and this is something that they don't really talk about much when it comes to the darker side of captive tigers. This is something that you're not really gonna find a lot when we do discuss these things. It has come to light more recently just because of social media, and there's more eyes out there looking for this kind of stuff as conservation grows. All right, we're not going to hang on to that picture too much. That makes me sad. All right, so why are tiger farms a global concern? This is not conservation, this is commercialization, right? So it weakens anti-poaching efforts. So, as legal tiger products can get mixed in with illegal wild parts, a lot of times they kind of don't pay attention to the legal half. As more legal parts are mixed in, you don't really have, how do I say this? It kind of muddies the waters, essentially. That's what I would say. There is no conservation benefit as much as they tout that they are captively breeding these animals, and we'll kind of mention this because there is a tiger park, and it's like a theme park for tigers. They say it's a nature preserve, but we'll mention this in the next slide. it is important to note that they might tout this conservation thing, and it's not like the tiger farms in those pictures, right? Those people know what the hell they're doing. It's purely for capital gain. But they often say that, oh, they're breeding these cats to release back into the wild, and the underbelly of that is that they are mass producing them for this trade network. And then because they are breeding at such an alarming rate, they are inbred, there's incest, they don't have those natural instincts that a tiger ready and training, and I say training, air quoting training, they are being reared for rewilding. They just don't have that instinct. It's essentially like the born free lion. There's no way she's going to survive in the wild. Pulpitoad is that green thing with the big old bug eyes. It kind of looks like is that the one that looks like a weird polywag looking thing? I think that's the pulpitoad. I think. I don't know. I don't know. All right. So I don't know if the ad's still going. All right, I'll wait for the ad. We'll take a break. I'm gonna stretch. Oh, my shoulder. I hate how some of them don't load. Okay. Excuse me while I stretch. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna cover some kind of sad stuff. Maybe I break this up to another day. I might actually have to. I don't think we're gonna make it to our 233 slides we have. We have so many more things to cover. Welcome back. If you're actually back, I hope you are. Hello, hello. Hold on. I need to check something. $4. I think I did pretty good. Okay, we'll cover a few more. We'll cover the tiger farms, and then I might let my throat. Oh my god, we're not going back to that slide. That one makes me sad. Let me just check how much I have to talk about these guys, because there's quite a bit, but there's 2 videos I want to show. And then we might go into like what's a good zoo and what's a bad zoo. And then I might leave it there, and then we'll do an episode 3. I'm glad that this is slowly branching out into like multiple parts. Yeah, okay. All right, we will continue here. Right, so the last thing I was talking about is they really can't be rewild. There's nothing happening. Also, they're not really trying. They might say it. There's nothing happening. It's all smoke and mirrors, honestly. Many of the tigers are left in filth, crowded conditions, and suffering from injuries. Honestly, you saw the pictures. Like there's no happy beginning and end for those tigers. It undermines international efforts as well, not just local laws, but it violates the spirit of CITES, which is again why I mentioned that China really hasn't done anything. They say they're enforcing certain laws, but then you see in like 2018 that they changed the terminology behind tiger poaching. So it's are they really? Do they really care? And CITES does say that you really can't be doing tiger farming, but again, if they don't enforce it, there's not much that anyone else is going to do because it's per country. So if China's okay with it, I guess no one can really do anything other than shout how wrong it is, but China will China. Just like US is gonna US, just like Trump's gonna Trump, you know what I mean? It's not to bring it back to political bullshit, but it's very much the more people shout about it, the more that might be done. And this is one of those topics that I don't think almost anyone is even aware of, that there's tiger farms. And if you do, hi, hello, fellow wildlife welfare activist. Hello, how are you? It's one of those things where again, I don't know anyone other than like me and like the two people that I've been bitching to this about ever even knew it was a thing. So this is another one. So this is the tiger park that I will talk about. So this is the Siberian Tiger Park. It is labeled as a zoological park in Harbin. Oh god, I can never say this. Heilongjiang, northeast China. It is known as Harbin Park or Harbin Siberian Tiger Park. It hosts amongst other animals, but it's mainly Siberian tigers. All right, so this is the entryway. Again, when I say it's like a theme park for tigers, I mean it. So it was established in 1996 and it focuses on breeding and displaying Siberian tigers. The goal is to protect and increase the tiger population, but again, what does that mean in terms of captive bred animals? Right? We might have the numbers, but does it really mean something if you can't really rewild them? Here's a better picture of the fountain. Do I dig this? Yes. Would I go to this place? No. It is home to hundreds of tigers, and it does very little to actually educate the public on very specific conservation efforts. It's there to teach you about tigers in the sense that Joe Exotic taught you about tigers during Tiger King. So just take this with a grain of salt. So I can almost guarantee that you have seen a video of this online because it went viral back in the day. I want to say like 2016-ish. There's a video and it might have gone popular again recently. A certain drone flew over and was attacked by a bunch of big cats in snow. So I bet you've seen it. I just want to point out that they hold the largest tiger breeding center in the world. So remember, our numbers everything. Here's some more pictures. So this place actually feeds wild birds to their tigers, and all of these tigers live in one outdoor enclosure. I just want to point that out, all of them. So how awesome is that? So can you imagine driving out in a Jeep and then chucking a live chicken out the window and that's what they eat? I want to reiterate, birds are not amongst the known food source for tigers. That is not what they are. It's not the food that their bodies are meant to take, right? They want red meat. Chickens, like I said before, are like Big Macs. Does it have protein? Yes. Are they going to eat it? Hell yes. But again, it is like a Big Mac. It is not going to do much of anything. So here we have the famous video that I was talking about before. I'm going to mute this one. This one doesn't have sound. This one is silent, but... So this went viral back in the day. I just want to point out, like, you've probably seen a short or something. I know it's a really, really bad video. See, you know what I mean? Because, like, tigers they're not gonna go after a chicken. What the hell is the point of that? Is that gonna feed that big-ass 660-pound cat? No. And it's essentially like eating fast food. It's not there to save anyone. Okay, so this is another one, and this is what I want to point out why, like, some people know about it, specifically the Harbin Siberian Park, just because this video went viral. But I want you to really listen to the way these two people talk about it, and what they're saying about it. And I just take in news the way you take in memes. Don't think they're real. That's all I have to say.
A Siberian tiger got a little too handsy with the drone at one animal sanctuary.
Yeah, take a look at these tigers. They were caught on video in China. You can see several tigers chasing down this drone, and then one successfully jumps up and swats it down to the ground. Tiger 1, drone 0. The tigers immediately then gather around until smoke starts coming out of the drone, and they don't like that at all. That's when staff members got there and picked up what was left of the drone. According to China's state broadcaster, the park uses drone chasing to help the tigers stay fit.
I just want to point out how much bullshit that is. What the fuck do you mean they use that as enrichment? Also, you shouldn't have like 50 tigers in one cage. Just saying. I think it's insane. But that's just me. I reiterate, bullshit. But like, if that's the one thing you take from that, like, oh, haha, they're chasing it. I'm sorry, I just had to point that out. It was just annoying. Okay, so what conservationists want? They want a global ban on tiger farming. Action taken against the commercial trade of tiger parts. So this again, we don't care if it's illegal or illegally caught. We care that you're actually using tiger parts for medicinal purposes and fueling this tiger trade, because again, if you have legally legally produced, I don't know what word I'm looking for. If you have legally produced parts, it's going to make the illegal ones so much more desirable. And that's one of the big problems, is that because you're fueling the demand legally, doesn't mean the illegal part of this is going to get any better. It might make it much, much worse. Because now more people are going to have access to it and they might, hear from a friend like, oh, hey, you're not using the real thing. You got to get the real thing. And then that leads to a whole fucking, I don't know, it's a domino effect of hell. So they want stricter enforcement of sites in countries like China and Laos, because this is mainly where the problem is, right? I've been talking about China a lot, but Laos is also another one of those countries that do take it in. I think Thailand also, but Thailand had actually come down quite harsh on laws like that. But public awareness, right? So how many people honestly know about tiger farms? I doubt a majority of people even know what the hell that is. So especially in consumer countries, because it reduces the demand knowing how sad these conditions are. It reduces, this fake conservation effort that they're touting, but just education in general about this, because it's one of those sides of conservation that if you're in like the know, like me, like you've been talking about tigers and conservation for a very long time, you know that this has existed and you know that it's bad. Not good for anyone. It's not good for the tigers. It's not good for people. It's not good for the illegal tiger trade, because it's just making it worse. But it's just education on this, because who the hell knows about it, right? It's one of those things that it's like a hush topic. And because we are talking about conservation in the sense that we want wild population to grow, we don't really talk about the seedy underbelly that is happening in the shadows. Right? So if the world doesn't act, tiger farms may outnumber wild populations indefinitely. They already do. And that's something that, if we kind of look at even here in the United States, is do we want to have more tigers than wild ones in India and Russia and China? Is that something that we want? Is this something we're able to handle? Another thing, even with Tiger King, is that something we're able to handle? So again, going back to just kind of remind, like, zoos are hubs of conservation education, and I think teaching people this kind of stuff is super, super, super important, because who actually knows about it? It's just, you either already know because you're a weirdo animal lover like me, or you have no idea and probably will never know. So zoos reach over 1.8 million visitors annually in the US, and that's a lot of people you can educate. Especially in one visit, it can change so much. It offers immersive real-life connections to endangered species that they might not even know exist. Because remember, zoos don't always work with, like, just big animals. They work with, like, little tiny insects and amphibians and fish and coral reefs. That's another really important one that a lot of people are kind of now focusing on is coral reefs and their bleaching. They learn by seeing and engaging, in which that creates such a stronger emotional impact, and it's not just media alone. So you might see a TikTok video, but honestly, do you remember the last 30 TikTok videos you saw? Honestly, can you? I doubt you can. Ooh, a dattler. All right, it also supports STEM education, which is really, really important, especially when you're talking about educating the younger generation, right? So they hold camps and tours, and there's even adult overnights. Like I've gone to several adult overnights and hung out with people and got to see some like behind the scenes stuff that was actually really cool. So there's a lot of things going out there, not just in I guess younger crowds, right? They also hold keeper talks, and a lot of times they have like the touch and tell things with like ambassador animals, which is not tigers. It's just like, hey, look at a hawk. You know what I mean? Like that can be important too. Um, so I just wanted to reiterate that as we're gonna switch to what's the difference between a good and a bad zoo? All right, so good versus bad. What's the difference? Not all zoos are created equal. So what makes a good zoo? Zoo goods. Good zoos are accredited by global or regional organizations like AZA. There's the EAZA. WAZA is another one. So it's like the European Association. I think that's Western Association of Zoo. I don't remember. I don't remember what WAZA is. There is a focus on conservation, education, and species survival. So you will actually see conservation efforts. You won't have things being like, oh, well, you know, your money goes to feed the animals. They are never going to say your zoo ticket is going to go feed those animals. They should have funding already available for the animals in their space. It's not about, oh, hey, if you take a picture with this tiger, you're feeding the tiger. No, that's not going to happen at a nice, legit, accredited, funded zoo. They usually are spacious. They have naturalistic habitats. They are tailored to the animal's needs. You're not going to see a zebra stuck in like subarctic conditions. You're not going to see a polar bear sitting out in 800,000 degree heat with no water. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can usually tell. It's the difference between like a 1960s zoo and a 2025 zoo. You can usually tell the difference. There is no cub petting. There is no selfies. Handling by visitors. They might have the touch and tell, but those are ambassador animals that are trained specifically and usually not like passed around like pets. Usually it's for small groups that have, you know, camps. That's the camp thing. Like, oh, you might be able to see a pelt of a beaver. You know what I mean? It's that kind of stuff. That's part of the education. They the AZA zoos and the WAZA and the EZA, I can't remember how you. Anyways, they often participate in scientific research as well as reintroduction programs. It might be local species. I know the Minnesota Zoo focuses on it's usually Russian species. They also have like a huge crap, what's the name of that horse? They are partner programmed with a zoo in Russia to reintroduce a horse that I cannot think of and actually have had great success with breeding programs here and then sending um back and forth between this zoo and Russia. I can't think of the name of the horse. Serenity, if you're there and you can think of it, text it. I don't remember. But if you look it up, it's like a Siberian something horse or something. I don't remember. They only exist in like very, very small herds in Russia and crap. I can't think of the country. Mongolia. It's the Mongolian war horse or whatever they're called. I can't remember. I'd have to throw a picture up. Might cover that more when we talk about Minnesota specific because um I do want to do an entire thing based off of just animals in Minnesota and specific to state laws and really focus on state by state laws because I don't know if anyone knows this but me or other weirdo tiger people, but there's actually really famous tigers that have come out of Minnesota itself by backyard breeders, and there's a few documentaries we can watch specific to Minnesota. Akin to Tiger King, way before Tiger King was a thought in a man's brain. But yeah, anyways, I digress. So they also prioritize animal mental and physical well-being. This is the ones where like people get confused about zoochosis. You're not going to see zoochosis, actual zoochosis, in the sense that it's a welfare problem at these zoos. So what makes a bad zoo? Animals are usually bred for profit and not protection. So this is the, hey, you're going to hang out with this cub and you're going to pay me for it so I can feed this cub, but then also not really feed this cub too well because I don't want it to grow, but we'll get into cub petting much later. So so they usually allow for direct human interaction. That's cub petting, feeding. This is when you get your picture taken with an elephant, you know, hug a wild baby wolf pup. You know what I mean? It's that kind of stuff. Specific to, I guess not specific to just tigers, but tigers are usually kept in small, barren, unnatural enclosures sometimes. This is because they just don't have the money to keep them in wide spaces. They don't have the funding for that. And a lot of times they are moving. They are traveling with these animals sometimes. Focuses on entertainment over education. They are going to throw on a show for you. You're going to pay a ticket, you're going to sit down, and you are going to experience a show. They're going to tout all of this conservation bullshit to you, and it's going to mean absolutely zero because they're going to spout facts about what they are doing, and none of it is true usually. They offer misleading claims of a sanctuary without actual accreditation. So those are the places that you saw in like Tiger King. Again, we will go in depth into those shortly. But they usually tag on sanctuary and it means absolute bullshit. It is just a word. They don't contribute at all to real conservation, looking at Doc Antle and his money laundering scheme, but you know what I mean? So they might say it, but just make sure that the money's actually going there. That's, again, for anything that you believe in, I don't even care if it's animal welfare. Do your research on nonprofits that you are willing to give your money to, your time to. It is very important that you have that sense that you know where your money is going. And just know that, is it actually doing something, or are you just putting money in someone else's pocket? So, just wanted to reiterate that. All right, roadside zoos, menageries, and pseudo-sanctuaries. Oh my. So, same, again, just kind of reiterate. Bad zoos fuel an exotic animal trade, mistreatment, and overbreeding. They do not help in conservation. Tigers become props, much like we saw with circuses and, you know, those Las Vegas shows like Siegfried and Roy. They are props. They are not there to protect the species. They support the wrong place, undermines global conservation. So if you send your money to Tiger King because you like that he likes tigers and he needs to feed his tigers, it's undermining actual global conservation that could happen. And especially with like Doc Antle, if you're giving him money and he's saying like, oh yeah, we're doing all of this effort and nothing's being done, have you really done anything? Or if you're, I don't know, trying to, I guess, bring this back to the sense that you don't even have to give money. If you're sharing videos of, there's this one, I don't remember her name. We're gonna do a whole thing on it. But there's people that have like a tiger in my, you know, my room. Like if you're sharing those videos because you're like, haha, that's cute, you might be doing more damage than you actually think, because some other person might want to be like, oh, hey, I can do that. And then they're going to go buy a tiger because, again, we learned in Tiger King, they're somewhat affordable. Horrifying. I don't know why anyone ever fucking said that. I hate it here. All right, so here's a kind of rule to live by if you know you're at a roadside zoo. If you can hold it, ride it, or take a selfie with it, it probably doesn't belong there. Right? So just remember that. If you can hold it, ride it, or take a selfie with it, it probably doesn't belong there. All right, changing perceptions through exposure. Visitors need to learn about habitat destruction, illegal wildlife trade, and climate change impact. Zoos be like, how do I say this? Zoos do a lot in education because usually when you go to a zoo, you have all those big signs and you have like the art that shows like, you know, oh, look at this family of tigers, and like maybe I can actually do like a walkthrough the next time I go to the Minnesota Zoo. And I know I have enough videos and pictures and stuff like that I could have posted them here, but I will do an entire Minnesota Zoo thingy. So maybe we'll do like a walkthrough. perhaps a live while I'm there. Who knows? I might try it. I really have no idea. Anyways, but zoos debunked myths about species like Tiger King deceptions. They really have. I know a few places have actually started to tailor how they word things based off of what they saw happen in Tiger King because they've gotten so many questions and concerns and stuff like that from Tiger King. So you'll kind of notice that there's been a shift in the dialogue. Well-informed visitors are most likely to support conservation, so that's another important thing. So if a good zoo can educate its visitors, they are more likely to support conservation causes, not even at the zoo, but go out further and do more research and maybe, fund WWF or, look into local laws or see what can be done. And this is really important for especially the young visitors because it sparks a lifelong ideal of conservation, much like myself. All right, so we have you don't have to walk in a jungle to protect it, just care enough to act. So that's share what seems right, do your research, don't just share random TikTok memes because tiger cute playing with human. I don't know. I hate those ones. Where like the guy is snuggling with a big cat. I just don't touch it. Just don't, don't. Okay, so again, zoos super important for engaging the next generation. Many zoos offer youth volunteer and ambassador programs for children. They have school partnerships. They have citizen science projects. So that's like where they really want to get the community involved, especially the younger kids. It builds early empathy and scientific curiosity. So it helps create this narrative that animals need to be protected. Ah, yes, like my big chubby kitty who needs to be snuggled. Can I help you, Wiggles? Why are you upset? There's been a few studies that actually show when kids visit zoos, they develop lifelong pro-conservation studies or attitudes. I read studies twice. I apologize. I also have a cat trying to like crawl into my lap right now. So, Ah. All right, but yeah. Zoos like to focus on kids, so that's why you see a lot of times they have a lot of programs that I wish I was involved in when I was younger. But it is really, really important to start early in conservation because it's really hard to change people's belief when they are set in stone at such an old age. That's why you see a lot of people like my parents' age who, like, even with pets, right? We've seen this shift of people care about their pets. And this is why older generations call us soft, is because we don't want to just, like, take Bessie out back and put her down. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want to take the gun to Lassie's head. It's awful, right? So we've seen this shift in not only our pets that we care about at home, but also conservation efforts and wild animals. So just to kind of like, if you think about it, like how would your parents think about animals? And it's not universal. Not everyone thinks this way, but there has been a tonal shift in a lot of us in our generation, in our younger generations, that we kind of see that we do need to care about animals. Animals do have feelings. Animals do need us to help them, right? They don't have a voice. And that's kind of where animal rights and welfare start to bleed into each other. So just reiterate that if you don't know. So animal rights is giving an animal a voice to protect them as if they were a human. Animal welfare is to protect them in the sense that they need safety, right? So there's another level. So rights is a next step up like past welfare. So just to kind of bring that back in. Okay, I might have to sneeze here. Oh my god. Oh, my cat's tail booped me in the snoot. Oh my god. My eye's watering. Hold on. Okay, so just to kind of bring in the difference between a responsible zoo and a roadside exhibit, there is a very important distinction. A lot of times with even accredited zoos, they have strict welfare, conservation, and education standards. I literally have the book. I am going to go through it in a presentation. We are going to sit down and go page by page on the AZA standards for tiger conservation and how you're supposed to maintain a habitat in captivity for a big cat. Like, I have books. Like, it is not like just oh, ha ha, we think this is how they should go. There's been research done on what a diet should be, on what type of enrichment you should use. Like, there is actual research and education standards that have happened with like accredited zoos. Roadside zoos and private breeders lack oversight, they lack funding, they lack responsibility, and it's just you can usually tell. And ethical zoos teach respect, and unethical ones promote exploitation. Usually you can tell immediately what is your money going like what is your money going towards? What are you spending there? Are you taking pictures with the cats? Are you spending $1,000 to go have a late night, barbecue with a chimp? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can usually tell the difference if you are aware of there being a difference. So stuff you can't do at a zoo because there are cages, usually that you can do at these roadside zoos mean they're doing something wrong. In the sense that, like, should you be allowed to do this? Is this totally above board? Is this legal? Just saying. All right, so you support both good zoos and bad zoos through your attendance, your social media, through word of mouth. Your zoo ticket will fund conservation efforts, research and veterinary care, and education programs. You're not feeding it. Your ticket is not going to feed that animal. They should already have funding through some type of grant, through some type of other revenue. Your ticket shouldn't be how that animal eats tonight. That is one of the big things that I can say. Like, if you are going and you hear, oh my God, you're with the purchase of this admission, you're taking care of our animals. Hell no, don't go. For the love of God, do not give them your money. That's all I can say. Visitors often donate to causes they learn about firsthand, and that is really important. So you might hear about one of the so specific, because this one always freaks me out a little bit. There is a giant case. I'll have to find a picture of it when I do talk about the Minnesota Zoo, but in their rainforest exhibit, there is like a case filled with old phones that talk about how bad batteries are for the environment. And I always think it's fucking crazy, but like every time I think about old phone batteries, I think of that one specific place. So like when you throw out batteries, that's what I think of now for some reason, is this one exhibit at a zoo talking about phone batteries being horrible for the environment. But it's stuff like that, right? So you have firsthand experience learning about stuff. Like if you have a show where there's a scuba diver talking about like, oh, what it takes to feed a shark. If you're actually physically watching them feed the shark, it might be more impactful than you reading a board about it or, thinking like, oh, I wonder how they do that. You know what I mean? Just asking questions can also mean a lot. And you can usually tell, like, I would say you can usually tell the difference between like an actual reputable zoo versus a roadside zoo based off of their conservation knowledge, based off of the answers they give you to certain questions. But we're not going to dive into that right now. But yeah, just know that we might cover that in the future. Okay, so we're going to switch back to apex predators. I do think this is very important. And we're also going to shift towards talking about documentaries. So this is the shift between a good documentary versus Tiger King. And one of the most important ones that we kind of talked about before is apex predators. And this is one called How Wolves Change Rivers. And this is kind of the point that I've been trying to make, especially with Trophic Cascade. So the documentary is a short. It's on YouTube. The full thing is, I'm just going to show like a short little snippet. I think it's the whole thing, but there's like, it leads into like a bigger docu-series. It is based on research outside of Yellowstone National Park about how reintroducing wolves has changed elk behavior, vegetation recovery, bird and beaver populations, as well as the actual flow of the river and the erosion patterns that it has based off of the vegetation that came back. I do think it is really important to note that a lot of things can change just when you get rid of the apex predator in the area. So just some content highlights. We have wolves in Yellowstone reshape the landscape by changing prey behavior, and that's one of the major focuses. This led to forest regeneration, beaver dam creation, which also changed how the river flowed. You have improved river health. And then how does this relate back to tigers? So this is how... So wolves and tigers play a similar role at the top of their food chain. They control herbivore movement as well as allow forests to thrive under them. So because smaller prey animals will avoid big cats, will actually shift how vegetation is grown, where animals, take up space. And it also influences the water cycle and biodiversity of plants and other flora and fauna involved, so like bugs and birds and stuff like that. I'm just gonna say this now. So when you remove the top predator, the whole ecosystem unravels. It falls apart. And that's why keystone species are so important, that if you take them away, that foundation block is just, it's gone. And they're not, so there's foundational species, and we'll cover this a little bit later, but there's foundational species. So that's a lot of bugs and plants. That's like your coral in your coral reef. Without the coral reef, there's nothing. There's nothing there. And we've seen that when the coral bleaches and stuff like that. But they are, with a keystone species, you have to understand that they affect everything else, in the sense that if you take them away, the prey animals are going to breed more. They're not going to be as scared. They're going to overgraze. And you see us have to step in. And that's why deer hunting, on a side note, became so important, is because we were trying to control the population so they don't eat everything and kill everything. And that's why your apex predator and keystone species are so important to an ecosystem. All right, so this should be, hopefully it's not too loud.
One of the most exciting scientific findings of the past half-century has been the discovery of widespread trophic cascades. A trophic cascade is an ecological process which starts at the top of the food chain and tumbles all the way down to the bottom. And the classic example is what happened in the Yellowstone National Park in the United States when wolves were reintroduced in 1995. Now, we all know that wolves kill various species of animals, but perhaps we're slightly less aware that they give life to many others. Before the wolves turned up, they'd been absent for 70 years. That the numbers of deer, because there was nothing to hunt them, had built up and built up in the Yellowstone Park, and despite efforts by humans to control them, they'd managed to reduce much of the vegetation there to almost nothing. They'd just grazed it away. But as soon as the wolves arrived, even though they were few in number, they started to have the most remarkable effects. First, of course, they killed some of the deer, but that wasn't the major thing. Much more significantly, they radically changed the behavior of the deer. The deer started avoiding certain parts of the park, the places where they could be trapped most easily, particularly the valleys and the gorges. And immediately those places started to regenerate. In some areas, the height of the trees quintupled in just 6 years. Bare valley sides quickly became forests of aspen and willow and cottonwood. And as soon as that happened, the birds started moving in. The number of songbirds and migratory birds started to increase greatly. The number of beavers started to increase because beavers like to eat the trees. And beavers, like wolves, are ecosystem engineers. They create niches for other species. And the dams they built in the rivers provided habitats for otters and muskrats and ducks and fish and reptiles and amphibians. The wolves killed coyotes, and as a result of that, the number of rabbits and mice began to rise, which meant more hawks, more weasels, more foxes, more badgers. Ravens and bald eagles came down to feed on the carrion that the wolves had left. Bears fed on it too, and their population began to rise as well, partly also because there were more berries growing on the regenerating shrubs. And the bears reinforced the impact of the wolves by killing some of the calves of the deer. But here's where it gets really interesting. The wolves changed the behavior of the rivers. They began to meander less. There was less erosion, the channels narrowed, more pools formed, more riffle sections, all of which were great for wildlife habitats. The rivers changed in response to the wolves. And the reason was that the regenerating forests stabilized the banks so that they collapsed less often, so that the rivers became more fixed in their course. Similarly, by driving the deer out of some places and the vegetation recovering on the valley sides, there was less soil erosion because the vegetation stabilized that as well. So the wolves, small in number, transformed not just the ecosystem of the Yellowstone National Park, this huge area of land, but also its physical geography.
Okay, there's just more trippy stuff at the end. Okay. So again, tigers are apex predators. They sit at the top of their food chain, much like the wolves. So they will help regulate prey populations like the deer and wild boar, much like the wolves, right? So they prevent overgrazing of vegetation and maintain forest balance. This is why they are so very, very important. Their presence ensures biodiversity and ecological stability. Losing tigers would cause the entire ecosystem to unravel from the top down, and that's why I keep reiterating it's going to fall apart if we lose them. So again, trophic cascade, that was mentioned a few times. So that occurs with the removal of the top predator, causing a major shift in the ecosystem. For example, fewer tigers increase in herbivores, which increases overgrazing in the forest, which leads to soil erosion and then degrading water quality and then loss of plant life, which means nothing can survive. Right? It also reduces habitat for birds, insects, and smaller predators. They can't. Examper. I'm going to talk like this. Examper. Ooh woo. I'm just kidding. But it's really important to note this because we've seen it happen before. This is documented. This isn't like we're theorizing what's going to happen when we lose them. We have lost apex predators before. We have lost major dominoes in the food chain, right? We have lost lynx and then seen what happens when you take away that top predator. So a forest without tiger excuse me, forests where tigers thrive are called tiger landscapes. We saw that in the video in the PBS one where they were talking about tiger landscapes, right? These forests are massive storages for carbon, right? So they help fight climate change. And that's why, again, they're also very, very, very important. So I've mentioned umbrella species before. Those are animals who need large habitats, and by protecting them, you protect other species who also reside in that ecosystem. That was in the video that we watched before. I had mentioned that way, way, way early on. But yeah, so again, this kind of leads into like the whole climate change thing. So without tigers, you're looking at not only just a baseline protection of that forest, you're looking at overall climate change and conservation of those species and ecosystems, right? So their extinction would weaken the forest ecologically and climate functions everywhere. So by protecting tigers, we're protecting entire forests. And not just entire forests, we're protecting global conservation, because climate change without these forests would be even worse than it already is now. Not that it's getting any goddamn better, but like, you know what I mean? It would only scale it further. Alright, so then I have two pictures here just to kind of show what I mentioned, because I keep saying keystone species and flagship and umbrella. So you can see this really kind of oddly done with the little graphics. You can see there's tigers on there 3 different times. So tigers are keystone, flagship, and umbrella. So umbrella, I want to put a little X next to that one, because there has been some indication that that is actually not good for conservation, but we'll talk about that shortly. So we're going to start with keystone species. So they are this leads back to the trophic cascade. So this means that major changes will happen if they are added or taken out of an ecosystem, right? So this is usually really big species. This is the end of the food chain, but it can also be something as simple as like the coral reef that I mentioned or the honeybee, right? So those are your pollinators, not just top apex predators, right? So we have indicator species. This I don't really cover this because it's not included in tigers right now. So these guys reflect what's happening in the ecosystem. So I did mention this in the first video about mussels. Those are an indicator species. These are the red flags. These are the warning signs that we get if something horrific is happening. So a lot of times it's frogs, fish. So frogs because they take in stuff through their skin. If there's not a lot of frogs, it means something horrible is happening in the ecosystem. It's that kind of stuff. So endemic species, this is when they're very specific to like very, very specific to like one forest in one zone of this one very specific plant, right? So again, this is not really tiger, but we could talk about this in the sense that like the Bali and Javan subspecies of tiger was very specific to those island habitats. So they were only found there. If we're looking at it in subspecies wise, right, those would be considered an endemic specific species, but again, that's not a term because it's an overarching species, right? So like a lot of times you have animals that are only in the rainforest in Brazil, right? Next we have invasive species. These are intentionally or unintentionally via human dumbassery introduced into an area, and they rapidly overpopulate because they have no natural predators. This can be intentionally done. So we had like what was it? The Japanese ladybugs brought over to help with the aphid problem, and then they took over. And there's a zebra mussel problem in my area. There's also like a very specific algae. No, that you didn't catch it. How the hell? I swear to God, this Pokemon thing is rigged. Like, I don't know what they're rated at, but like some of these Pokeballs, I feel like it's just it's a lie. But yeah, so a lot of times this is your invasive species that you've heard about. You have a lot of bugs. Oh my god, a lot of flowers. I think it's what is the name of that one vine? Kudzu? Is that how you say it? It's like the Japanese vine thing that will literally take over an entire forest and kill everything. That isn't even invasive species, but I assume you guys know that. I feel like that's like a base thing that everybody kind of understands. So hopefully you do. So a flagship species, this is the animal that is, cute, cuddly, and super easy to get behind. I don't know how to explain it. This is like the go-to animal for conservationists. This is your thing that you can stick on. How do I say this? It's not a stick on. You can make a plushie of it and sell 1 billion of them because it's cute and cuddly and everybody knows it, right? So this is the animal that coincides with conservation. It's not your lesser known. It's not your photogenic species. So they're not going to get behind like a worm, right? But they'll get behind like a tiger or a lion or a bear or an elephant because those are cute, cuddly, giant animals that little kids can be like, oh, that thing. You know what I mean? So that is what a flagship species is. And then umbrella that I have mentioned a few times that's the concept that by saving them, you save the entire ecosystem. It also coincides with conservation of the entire ecosystem. By saving them, it saves everyone kind of mentality. This is the little asterisk one though. Because there's been some debate with how important an umbrella species may be, it might coincide with a flagship species. So there's been some kind of like pushback to picking just one animal and focusing on it. Ooh, sorry. Versus trying to save like a lesser known species. Because in recent years, I don't know if you've known this, but like no one knew what a pangolin was before this. So this is the debate that kind of got brought up is like, is a pangolin, this lesser known animal, is it a better umbrella species to focus on than a flagship species? Do we make flagship and umbrella two separate things? Or do we keep using umbrella species as a term? So there's been some debate behind it. And then finally you have foundational species. So those are kelp, corals. These are mostly plants, breathing, living plant kind of vibes. This is the species that if it is gone, everything is gone. Like there's nothing to save. So this is the very foundation of your ecosystem. This is what everything is based off of. If there is, it's mainly a plant, right? This is your plants. So if there is no kelp for the creatures to eat, there is no creature, right? They starve, they're gone. So this is like the base of your food pyramid in terms of what everything builds off of in an ecosystem. Oh, wait, I had one more point about the invasive species. I completely overlooked that. Sorry. My notes are very long. I apologize. With the presentation, you will be able to see when I post it, my giant notes. So you can actually read through what I might have missed in my blabbing. But back to invasive species, I just want to point out that the Living with Tigers documentary that we will be covering would make tigers an invasive species in Africa because they don't really have any natural predators. Not that they would actually successfully live in Africa, as I don't know what the hell they would eat, because it's not like they have the jungles to hide in. So I just want to point out that they would be an intentional alien species living in Africa, which is something that we will cover later. But I just want to point out that that's what I mean by saying, like, this is fucked. All right, so why does it relate to tigers? Again, we're going to just kind of quick cover this. So again, apex predators in Asian forests and grasslands, they are not the foundational species, but they are keystone, flagship, and umbrella species, as much as umbrella might be contested. Their presence controls prey populations, right? Trophic cascade. And then when tigers disappear, their prey overgraze on vegetation, which, destroys that. It drastically shifts forest structure that will collapse and biodiversity will suffer. And then even climate resilience and water systems are going to be affected. So, water's going to dry up. There's going to be horrible erosion. We've seen it in Yellowstone, and I think that's why it was important to kind of show you guys how wolves changed, the rivers. Because we can see something like this happen in other places in the world if we do lose that apex predator. Hearing noises. Right, so again, I just want to reiterate, it is not just about tigers in this instance. It is important to tigers, but it is not just about them. Tigers are a symbol of a larger environmental health. By saving tigers, it means you're conserving biodiversity, supporting indigenous and rural communities, right? So we have that cultural impact that tigers will have. It secures clean water, air, and climate stability. This is a overarching climate problem, right? So this is when we're going to branch out. So I'll kind of get to this way later, but this is what GTRP 2.0. So this is the next goal that the Tiger Summit, the International Tiger Group, those 13 countries, this is what they're focusing on now. It is not just about tigers, but by using tigers as a symbol, they're able to like convey like this is a climate change problem, right? So they're going to try and focus on more of like the whole ecosystem as a whole instead of just trying to save tigers. So this is what we've kind of shifted to, and we'll cover that way later after I cover the shift from 2022 into 2023 after the goal of TX2 has been met. So when we save tigers, we save ourselves because we are saving overall environmental health, right? So again, as I mentioned before, tigers do have an economic and cultural impact. Tiger extinction would harm ecotourism. It would greatly harm India, Nepal, and parts of Russia, as well as tiger, because you have that crazy-ass tiger, I'm going to air quote, preserve. Super cool. I'm just kidding. It would actually really harm local livelihoods tied to healthy forest and tourism. A lot of times, like as we saw in that PBS video, they free range their animals, especially in India. So without a forest, there's nothing to free range because there's nothing for even their cattle to eat. There's nothing for their goats to eat. That would be gone. It would also destroy cultural identity in many, many countries, just like India, China, Korea, Russia, any of the 13 plus anything in Asia. Yeah, so it could signal the collapse of an overall environmental stewardship in key regions. So this is the collapse of kind of the last holding that we have, especially with climate change. Like if this degrades to a point, you can't really come back, even if we somehow do rewild tigers. It would be the end all be all type situation. Right, so again, I just want to reiterate that quote that I said before, removing top predators and the whole system unravels. If you take them away, horrible, horrible, horrible things are going to happen. Okay, so now this is Tiger King. We're getting into Tiger King now. I'm going to take a break before we jump into this. I need to refill my drink. So I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We shall BRB. Hello, hello. Alright, I'm back. Alright, I'm debating. Do I wait and do this as an episode 3? Because Tiger King leads into, like... This next section is gonna lead into, like... I would say the next 40 slides. So, like, if I start this, I don't want to stop. You can sit and spin. I should have got that last one. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like great balls are a lie. I honestly feel like great balls are a freaking lie. Okay. My only thing is that we're at like a good stopping point because I feel like we've talked about a lot. We've done 75 slides today. And this will give a good enough chunk where I can do like a pretty big next presentation. There's a lot of videos in the next one to kind of lead into other stuff, but yeah. See, I always ever just use like Pokeballs and then as soon as I can, I just go straight to Ultra. I don't know if I often use Great Balls. But yeah, so this next okay, so I'll kind of just like reiterate what I'm gonna do. So the next section is gonna be about Tiger King. It's kind of like a recap and stuff because I want to do like a big deep dive, especially because it's 5 years after it came out. I want to do that as its own presentation. But we're gonna lead into like how it's still a problem, and then some alternative documentaries that show what's happening right now, as well as something that happened before Tiger King that I think is really, really important and not that many people are aware of. So Tiger King kind of makes it seem like this was like a, oh my god, look at this. This has only been known about since Tiger King. We've known about tigers in backyards since the 60s, but there's a really good documentary that came out in 2010 that was supposed to come out in like 2003, and it leads into this whole big thing about how there's one really important case. I don't know if anyone knows this. It's about Zanesville, Ohio. There was a really, really important backyard zoo gone wrong case having to do with this, and it kind of leads into all of that. So I want to kind of take this as a jumping point just to be like, yeah, no, I know kind of a lot more about this like backyard stuff that I could make its own presentation on, and I feel like that's a good kind of chapter or its own episode because that's kind of like what the main focus is, and I feel like today was kind of teaching what a good zoo and a bad zoo is and doing like a quick recap of what we talked about in the first one. Especially covering the different species, like the flagship and stuff like that, and some lesser known conservation things that kind of leads into Tiger King, but I feel like Tiger King in itself could be its own episode. I do not deep dive every single point in Tiger King. I do like a quick recap. I do some major points just in case y'all have forgotten if you haven't watched it yet. I do want to do a 5-year Where Are They Now deep dive. But I think that'd be a good I think this is a good stopping point, at least for presentation-wise. My throat's actually kind of raw for talking for 5 hours straight. Usually I have a game, so I have something for y'all to, like, listen to, and, like, the videos are helping, but, like, oh my god, I'm not used to talking this long. Oh. I guess I'm not used to talking this long just by myself. Usually I have, like, either someone I'm talking to or, like, something for you guys to, like, visually listen to, so I feel like I have to, like yeah. I don't know how teachers do it, man. I would go insane. Oh boy. But we're also gonna get into a lot of laws next time, and that's a lot of technical stuff, so I feel like I have filled your brains with a lot of conservation stuff. So, like, we're gonna get into, like, the Lacey Act and, like, what a Class C license is, and kinda deep dive what the Big Cat Safety Act includes, which is, like, a whole nother subset of legal stuff that I'm gonna have to, like, try and figure out how to say to you. Like, the slides are there, but I just trying to reiterate all of that nonsense, but I will have kind of a break next time because I think we have 5 or 6 documentaries that we're gonna just watch trailers of, and that's what I kinda wanna introduce to, like, kind of like a Movie Monday kind of vibe. Kinda watch them while I'm doing something because I wanted to do, like, a Minecraft and Movie Monday, do the triple M or the M cubed days, and this I feel like this would lead into a good, like, low-key, like, hangout, watch, like, a weird documentary, and then maybe some other movies. But it leads into, like, another Teach Me Tuesday episode, you know? It's like a few of these, like, we'd actually watch Living with Tigers and then lead into something else. Yeah, I'd have to actually, figure out how to do a Minecraft server, but I would like to do that. Watch some crazy animal documentaries. Medieval Minecraft Movie Monday. I think if Kieran's here, isn't your thing? Isn't your server with your friend? Isn't that like the medieval like one or something? If you're even here, I see your little Cheeto, but I don't know if you're actually in chat. Either way, I do think this is a good stopping point. I will post the VODs, hopefully this week sometime, so you can catch both episode 1 and 2 of stuff that we've covered. I will be posting this entire presentation in my Discord. I will have to send a link to the Google Drive for it because it is so big. I get yelled at by Google Drive that I can't open the file. It's too big. I believe it's like, how big is this? Hold on, I can actually check real quick. So the file size itself is 491 megabytes. I believe that's how big it is. It is right now a total of 233 slides. The last one is covering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 topics for future episodes that will have their own deep dive episodes. I want to cover things like, especially because I've mentioned it about 400,000 times, Living with Tigers is going to have its own deep dive. I want to do a Tiger King retrospective deep dive. I would like to also talk about Carol Baskin's Big Cat Rescue and its controversial history. We are going to deep dive the AZA guidebook for tigers. The AZA guides are out there for like anything, so if you like you like elephants or like bears or anything, you can find the AZA guide online, but I have the 2016 published one. That's the most recent one that I have access to. So I would like to break that one down just to kind of prove that I am a weirdo in the sense that I know what it takes to kind of break down. I'm not just like randomly rambling stuff about like, yeah, I know what a good zoo is. No, like I really know what a good zoo is. I would like to do its own like nonprofit thing and just kind of deep dive some good nonprofits, some bad nonprofits, what to look for, kind of bring it in to like I know I mentioned it a little bit, but I would like to make a comprehensive guide on what to look for, what research is good to do, as well as Discovery Channel and edutainment, because we were lied to as 90 kids, and I don't know if people are even aware of it. And I really want to cover Animal Face Off because I have a bone to pick with that show. I'm so unbelievably upset about Animal Face Off when I was a kid because they talk about like an Asian nastic they talk about like an Asian lion that can do like a backflip. I don't know how to explain it. I just will watch it because I believe it's free on Amazon. So we'll totally take a day and watch at least that episode when I do talk about this. But I do want to talk about Fatal Attractions. That was a really important episode. It kind of leads into these few other documentaries that I do talk about. And then The Most Extreme. I don't know if you guys remember this, as well as the documentary called The Tiger Next Door, which we will be watching a trailer of next Teach Me Tuesday when I break this down. There's a few other ones, but I will save my rambling for another day because my throat is really starting to hurt. uh, Tomorrow I don't know what I'm going to play. I know I will be possible. I do want to play what's it called? More Date Everything, but yeah. So next Tuesday we'll do another Teach Me Tuesday, which means I might add a few more slides and break things down a little bit more, or maybe erase some. So I feel like some of the stuff I talked about with Tiger King, it's just I could probably put it into one slide rather than the 4 that I have it in right now. But yeah, so if you are interested in looking at the VODs, I will post those sometime this week. I might break the PowerPoint into different sections. So if you are interested in following along with the slides as I ramble on about it, or if you're just interested in looking at it, I might post a link to the PowerPoint itself and the slides that are in that VOD specifically. So it's not that big of a file. So yeah. I think that's everything regarding this. But yeah, no, I will definitely we'll finish we're going to finish it next time. I promise. We literally hit 174. So we're at the like make or break point. We're almost there. We're almost at the end. And if I cut back on some of the Tiger King stuff that I can probably skip out on. I just think it was really important to mention some of the major plot points that happened just in case you need a refresher, because I know it's been 5 years since it came out, so kind of important to reiterate that. And then we might do a quick recap of some stuff that I find important. I'm not going to go through all 123 or 233, not 123. What the hell? I know numbers. Can you tell I'm losing my mind? I feel like I am like, I don't know. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I feel like I'm rambling a lot about a lot of different topics, and I'm hoping that the presentation has been kind of flowing well. I'm hoping that it's kind of made sense. I pray that it's been making sense and I'm not just like randomly jumping. I feel like the circus jump was quite jarring, but in my head it made sense. I guess let me know if that one didn't really pan out. I do hope in the next few presentations that I do plan, it's going to be a lot more. I say this in the sense that it's going to be a lot more of my opinion versus me just like trying to teach you stuff. I am going to be teaching you stuff, but I would like to actually have like some type of like debate. I'm going to play devil's advocate a lot sometimes, at least for as far as when it talks about like living with tigers. I am going to try and do like why these people are doing what they think they're doing and why they think they're doing good. And I feel like I don't really cover that at least in this presentation. I'm trying to talk about it, especially with like the Chinese tiger farms. I do try to bring that up where it's like, I understand that there is a cultural belief behind it. I do understand that there is like a moral dilemma that is happening. I understand that what I think is right, not everyone thinks is right, which is why I'm kind of like trying to bring in like the Born Free, where they're kind of more radical than I am, especially with like the zoochosis topic. Like, I do think zoochosis does exist. Do I think it's like an actual term used in like zoos? No. Do I think it's a good standard for animal welfare where you can tell an animal's not being kept well? Yes. Do I think it has background? Yes. Do I think the term really fits in the 1960s? Yes. Like, I feel like a tiger farm expresses zoochosis better than some of the zoos that they point at and go, look, this animal is not happy. It's just, it's a very opinion-based thing, and I hope I don't make anyone upset, if that makes any sense. A binnacle? Oh. It's a worm. Gross. No likes the worm. But yeah, we will play some video games tomorrow. I might play some zoo games. I'm not 100% sure. I don't really know what I'm feeling. I've been kind of bouncing some ideas off. That's why I have the little the little sprite will be on my my little TTS pet, my little deer boy over there, cuz I don't know him. I have no idea who the hell half of them are. That's why I'm like, "Who is this?" And I usually pause and like look at the sprite and I'm like, "I don't know who that is." As sad as it is, I've played all the games. I just have no idea, like based off of names. Jesus Christ, it scared me. Yes, you can bonk me. I'm usually bigger than this. This is probably why the bonk doesn't work. It will hit me and usually stay. But yeah, you can bonk. There's silly, you can jar me. There's a lot. There's a lot you can do. My VNN is quite prolific and stuff. So yeah. I'm just saying. I know that Hef's mentioned that. You can jar me. Yeah, that's true. The new Pokemon are very forgettable. I think the only ones that I want to say is like, is it Gen 6? Whatever Appleton is, that's the only ones I care about that are new. Appleton is my sweet apple boy, and I love him. Honestly, yeah. Most of my faves are from Gen 1. Although Apple Baby will always hold a heart. And, Denini? I don't think that's how you actually say its name, but Dedenne? I just call it Denini because I like it. I don't remember what's Gen 5. I couldn't tell you what Gen is who. I just know I got super upset that we didn't get to keep the four-legged tiger. I hate that they stood him up and made him like a wrestler. That pissed me off more than anything. And I think that's when I finally started to hate Pokemon. They ruined my big cat. I like Appleton so much I have the giant plushie of it. The one that the Pokemon Center made. He sits above my head at night. I also have the giant is it a Squishmallow? It's like a fake it's like a it's a Poke Center version of a Squishmallow. I have the giant Dinity one. Yeah, I don't know. I get it cuz they're all supposed to be like based off of some weird sport or something. Isn't that what the fire Pokemon are supposedly based off of? I just hate it. I just like I still love the meme where they're like trying to tape down the cat's paws and like don't stand up. But unfortunately, they stood up. I'd retcon it. I'm kind of surprised they haven't made tiger Pokemon. Like there's not there was going to be one. Have you ever seen the picture of the I think it was going to be an electric tiger. Have you ever seen the picture of that? Let's see if I can find it. Okay, look up Patora. So it's spelled like this was I believe the name of it. This was going to be in Gen 1 or Gen 2. This is what we lost. It looks like a Spheal, but a tiger. It kind of looks like a Danini. I just want to point out that's what we could have had. And I am so absolutely upset that we don't have him. Because I would have loved this one. Retcon, put Kotora back in it. Let me see if I can actually, like, just post a little picture of him in here. Save it real quick. Post a picture. Browse. This guy. This was gonna be our baby. This is what Kotora was gonna look like. And I'm so upset we didn't get him. Look at him. I love him. I love his little squiggly tail and his little round baby body. Oh my god, he's so cute. But yeah, we never got him, and I'm so pissed off that we didn't. And everyone's like, "Oh, Growlithe is a tiger." Growlithe's a dog, and it's been said it's a dog multiple times. I mean, I was under the impression that it was a tiger when I was growing up, but I was yelled at as a kid a lot that I wasn't playing correctly. Yeah, it was that weirdo kid that used to, like, RP as an actual Pokemon on the playground. Yeah. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the 5.5 hour long presentation of Teach Me Tuesday episode 2. See if I can find someone to raid. And thank you. All right, who's even live that I know? Unless we do a quiet exit. We might do a quiet exit. I don't know anyone who's live right now. Oh god. Everybody who's live right now is not even close to Oh my god, there's a sheep? There's live sheep cam? There's squirrel cam? You wanna go to live sheep cam? This is so weird. Yeah, no, there's a giant Bitcoin? What? Oh, you can feed them through Bitcoin. Shit my pants. I mean, we can go here. If you wanted to see what it is. It's Yeah, that's why I'm kinda like, "Eh." You can apparently feed them through Bitcoin. Maybe we don't go to this one. What else we got? I got See, my list always, like, has, like, 4 of them, and then it disappears. I don't know if it's just my Twitch, my browser, something going on. Ooh. Snake Discovery is live right now, they're not too far away. Snake Discovery actually isn't too far away from me, but we're not gonna Yeah, we might do a quiet exit. I'm not seeing anything that looks worthwhile. There's bunny feeder cam, but it's, like, in the middle of a lake. I don't trust that. And then it just, like, cuts to nothing. And then my raid thing disappears. Okay, alright. I shall see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna go rest my voice for next Teach Me Tuesday. Yeah, but thank you all for joining me, and I will see you tomorrow. Alright. Bye!